if you collaborate, you will be able to
for such an insightful session, and thank you for setting the base. Feels proud and honored to be in the presence of fellow PMSCN.
So a quick reminder, we kindly expect you to be back on time because we have another session lined up for you all. So have a good break. Thank you.
Check. Hull. Check. Hull. Test. Check. Check. Hull. Check. Hull. check, 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 hello, 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 check, check, hello.
This is a very complicated world. It's a very noisy world. And we're not going to get a chance to get people to remember much about us. Marketing's about
Everyone, please settle down. We'll be commencing in next 5 minutes. Everyone, please settle down. We'll be commencing in next 5 minutes. Everyone, please gather around. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. Everyone, please come back inside. We'll be resuming the session. Everyone, please come back inside. We will be resuming the session. Everyone, please gather. We are commencing with the session. Everyone, please settle down. We'll be starting with the session. Everyone, please settle down. So, a quick announcement. There's a photo booth behind the main hall. Take a picture, show it to upload it on your LinkedIn, show it on the front desk, scan it, and claim a free shirt. I'll announce it once again. There's a photo booth behind the main hall. Please kindly take a picture, upload it on your LinkedIn, go to the front desk, show the picture, and claim the shirt. The front desk is opposite to the lift. And we continue with your session.
So moving on with the keynote sessions. So next in line we have engineering and delivery leaders often face similar challenges such as software that breaks after release, timelines that slip due to late stage defects, and team that struggles to meet quality expectations. Our next speaker has built his career around addressing these very challenges, helping startups and enterprise deliver reliable, scalable, mission-critical software with confidence. He is the CEO of Code Walnut, where he works closely with technology teams to translate strong engineering practices into products that succeed in real markets. In today's session, he will share practical insights on go-to-market strategies for voice AI startups, drawing from hands-on experience in building, delivering, and scaling technology products. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Nattu Alagappan sir with a huge round of applause.
Can you hear me all right? Okay. So, some backdrop as to why I'm here. I run two divisions along with my colleague Ajay. So, one is called Code Walnut. We spoke about the engineering. We deliver custom software. The only thing is the work we do is all mission critical product development. That's on one side. The other side is we have Lead Walnut, where we help B2B tech companies build organic growth through, essentially it's the marketing arm, but we do it for usually US-based large B2B tech companies. And we landed there after working with a lot of startups before. So I have some exposure to this space a little bit. When Ashok approached me and said, Nattu, talk about, come and speak in the Voice AI conference, I told him I have no subject matter knowledge. I'm not capable of engaging a tech audience on Voice AI. He said, no, Nattu, I just want you to come and entertain the audience. So I said, okay, if you want to be entertained, let's go into talking about GTM. Okay, so I want to start with this note. First of all of you deserve a round of congratulations, right? You're venturing into an area that's pioneering, it's new, you've either built a product or you've joined a product team, you've taken a high risk, you're not in a large enterprise all the time. And just wanted to get a sense of people who are entrepreneurs here. Founders, entrepreneurs, show of hands. Okay, quite a few. Show of hands on those who are entrepreneurs like me. So, entrepreneurs are, you know that, right? We are either seen as want to be entrepreneurs or you're a weekend entrepreneur. You're doing something, trying to figure out, right? But let me see. Now, tell me, show of hands. Who are entrepreneurs here? Oh, nice. Quite a few. So, yeah, we can definitely get something. What you're going to get now will be valuable. As you know, a weekend can launch a great product. We'll see some examples like that. Okay? So, first of all, congratulations. Now, if you've done your startup, you've launched a website, you've got a product built, you need customers. And we have a few startups outside as well. Every startup will now reach out to their known people. You either have an angel customer. You'll have angel customers, or you've reached out to your friends, your referral network, and you've got your first 5, 6, 8 customers. That is the first way you should do, and you've done it. That's great. Now, what you need is lots of customers. Okay? Agreed? You want to go global. You want to go to the, get hundreds of customers to be serving them. So how do you do that? First, you launch an amazing website. You fuss over it. You will look at every pixel, color, font, messaging. With AI, you will generate it through 2, 3 AI tools. So you launch an amazing website. The next step is cold email, correct? Then you'll do AI-powered cold email. The next, some of us will write LinkedIn posts. And what will we do next? Get AI to write LinkedIn posts. Then what do we do third? We'll get some cold calls going. We won't do it. We'll call somebody and say, make some cold calls. What will we do next? Now? AI-powered cold calls. Right? Then you'll say, okay, I want a lot of traffic to come to my website. I don't want to go sell like any other salesman. So I'll do SEO. What will you do next? AI SEO, or called GEO, LLM optimization, and all that. And what happens 9 months later? You'll have to shut shop or be in the same place, right? Honestly, this is where startups go to die. This is a regular playbook, right? But you should ask, why? Everybody in the marketing books are saying this, but why? To find out why, let's go to this guy. You know this guy? Rohit Kapoor. He's CEO of Swiggy, the marketplace. And this is what he says. There are hundreds of producers of Gen AI tools. I don't think winners are visible at all right now. And hence, it's very difficult, not even prudent now, to do any long-term contracts. So what you're facing today, and by the way, he went and said this in Davos 2 days back. So it's important to know that at world stage, right, this is what they're talking about. And he won't talk about this alone. He's socialized it with 10 others. Everybody is resonating the same note. We don't want to make a choice right now. So how the heck do we go to market? So I thought, instead of me coming and telling you, let's learn from people we can look at. So 3 people I've brought up in front of you. The first is Steve Jobs. Okay? I'm going to play a video, not a great quality audio video, but it's a great message. So it's going to be 2 minutes. Please listen with rapt attention. It's a big unlock for you. I hope the audio comes through. Let's check that.
Marketing's about values.
Is that okay? Is it echoing? It's okay?
This is a very complicated world. It's a very noisy world. And we're not going to get a chance to get people to remember much about us. No company is. And so we have to be really clear on what we want them to know about us. The way to do that is not to talk about speeds and feeds. It's not to talk about MIPS and megahertz. It's not to talk about why we're better than Windows. The dairy industry tried for 20 years to convince you that milk was good for you. It's a lie, but they tried anyway. And the sales were going like this. And then they tried Got Milk, and the sales are going like this. Got Milk doesn't even talk about the product. Matter of fact, it focuses on the absence of the product. But the best example of all, and one of the greatest jobs of marketing in the universe has ever seen is Nike. Remember, Nike sells a commodity. They sell shoes. And yet, when you think of Nike, you feel something different than a shoe company. In their ads, as you know, they don't ever talk about the products. They don't ever tell you about their air soles and why they're better than Reebok's air soles. What does Nike do in their advertising? They honor great athletes, and they honor great athletics. That's who they are. That's what they are about. Our customers want to know who is Apple and what is it that we stand for. Where do we fit in this world? Apple, at the core, its core value is that we believe that people with passion can change the world for the better. And that those people that are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones that actually do.
Makes sense? So did you see that? He said, I'm not going to talk about features. I'm going to honor my customer. Let's keep that in mind, okay? The next guy I wanted to ask is a guy called Bhanu. Bhanu was, somehow the Swiggy theme is coming back. He was an employee of Swiggy for 6 months. And then he quit Swiggy, started doing software on his own, and within a couple of years, he's making 13,000 MRR in US dollars. And let's go see what he has to say. I think I saved it here. Let's play this.
7-step process that drives thousands of clicks every single month for $0, and why this strategy is perfect for builders who love building and hate marketing. If you're a builder, this is one that you cannot miss. Let's dive in. I'm Pat Walls, and this is Starter Story.
Did you start your business to have freedom, but ended up becoming your own employee? You wake up to class.
All right, welcome to the channel, Bhanu. Tell me about who you are, what you built, and what's your story.
My name is Bhanu, and I built 2 SaaS products. I grew one of them to 6,000 MRR, and I sold it for $250,000, and grew the other one, SiteGPT, to 13,000 MRR. I launched SiteGPT back in March of 2023. And so far we have made around $500,000 in revenue. What's also cool is most of our customers come from the strategy called engineering as marketing. And I'm very excited to share my own approach on that today.
So what he speaks about, there's a long video, we can always look at it later. But what he speaks about is, he says engineering as marketing is a strategy. Builders don't like to go sell. So what he ended up doing was, he created a bunch of free tools. Like one of the tools was from Notion to a blog. You have Notion documents converted into blog. And that tool took off, and a free tool, right? Several thousand visitors come, like 0.1% converted into a customer. But that 0.1% turned him into a 13,000 MRR, okay? So he's the second guy I want to learn from. Remember, free tools. The third guy I want to learn from, or I am learning from, is our very own Ashok. Who doesn't know Ashok here today? You do. So Ashok and Senthil actually made this TEM happen. So round of applause to them. And you all talk about cricket. All of us will go to cricket training and then come in and get selected in the team. Suddenly one couple day will come from a village, no training, no coach, and then starts to become a top player, right? There's something about native intelligence. So that's what this team brings to the table. And what they actually did, the Swiggy guy talked about a noisy crowd, right? It's true for, think of Bajaj Finance, the VP. They are prime person for target audience for every voice AI tool out there. You agree? Yeah? He's the most active. You had the best coffee today, I think. The rest of are we in? Okay. So, if 100, you can imagine 100 people are writing to him or calling him. How do you cut through the clutter? Well, Ashok sent him on LinkedIn that, hey, we are organizing a conference on voice AI, and people like you should come and speak. And he was like, oh, I'm not able to come to Bangalore this time, but I'll definitely come next time. Now Ashok has him on his conversation, right? You have cut through the noise. And how you have done it is by giving him an opportunity to connect with peers, to talk about his audience, about his industry. So there's a learning there. So keeping these three as our sources of inspiration, we've come out with 3 GTM ideas. Each of them is a killer idea for you. You can adopt it tomorrow morning, okay? The first one is make your customer the hero, not your product, right? And what does that mean? Instead of voice AI tool, reduced call handling by 30%, you can say how the head of ops finally slept well on the weekend after killing 18 call escalations. The conversation changes totally. If I hear this as another head of ops. I want to sleep well as well. So I will reach out. Okay. So I've got a playbook for you. You have 5, 8 customers from your friend network, angel network, from your past company network. Look at that audience. Do 20-minute recorded calls. And once you get the essence of it, turn it into a LinkedIn post and say, I spoke to Rakesh and he told me he got a stress buster when his team said no escalations this week. Capture that feeling, right? So this is one. The second killer idea I've got for you is that you can build a free tool that sells your product. A free tool that sells your paid product, okay? So what could that be in the world of voice AI? If I'm a call quality sentiment analyzer, I'm a call quality checking tool, you can put this out and say, upload 10 call recordings, get a call quality scorecard. Easy, right? Doable? The next one is record a sales call, send it out, and get an objection handling gaps. How did this salesperson handle objections? There's a big tool called Gong doing it, but that's for the US market and their enterprise. And using Gong is a pain. You give a free, lightweight, like this Bhanu did, a conversion from Notion to blog. And in fact, this kind of third one is an idea that came up for me when I was trying to get my cook to understand English Instagram recipe for him to learn in Tamil and do it. So I was wondering if you could do this, like enter a recipe in English and get an audio recipe in Kannada. Make sense? So actually that's what I did. And then 2 days back, I thought about it. Yesterday morning, I called my colleague, Vishnu, and said, can we build this tool? Okay, so I'm going to give it a try now. So I've got the recipe for how to make one potato curry. Shall we do Kannada? Sorry? We can. Let's see if this goes to work. I'm running on hotspot, so I'm not sure, but we'll give it 30 seconds. Otherwise, you can try it afterwards.
ಇದು ಮಾಡುವುದು ತುಂಬಾ ಸುಲಭ. ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪದಾರ್ಥಗಳು: ಒಂದು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಗಾತ್ರದ ಈರುಳ್ಳಿ ಸಣ್ಣದಾಗಿ ಕತ್ತರಿಸಿದದು, ಒಂದು ಹಸಿಮೆಣಸು ಚೀರಿದದು, ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಟೊಮ್ಯಾಟೊ, 4 ಆಲೂಗಡ್ಡೆ ಬೇಯಿಸಿ ತುಂಡು ಮಾಡಿದವು, ಎಣ್ಣೆ, ಮಸಾಲೆಗಳು: ಅರ್ಧ ಟೀ ಸ್ಪೂನ್ ಜೀರಿಗೆ, ಅರ್ಧ ಟೀ ಸ್ಪೂನ್ ಅರಿಶಿನ ಪುಡಿ, 1 ಟೀ ಸ್ಪೂನ್ ಕೆಂಪು ಮೆಣಸಿನ ಪುಡಿ, 1 ಟೀ ಸ್ಪೂನ್ ಧನಿಯಾ ಪುಡಿ, ಅರ್ಧದಿಂದ 1 ಟೀ ಸ್ಪೂನ್ ಗರಂ ಮಸಾಲ, ಕೊತ್ತಂಬರಿ ಸೊಪ್ಪು, ರುಚಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಷ್ಟು ಉಪ್ಪು. ಹಂತ 1 ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿ. ಹಂತ 2 ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪದಾರ್ಥಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮಸಾಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸಿ. ಹಂತ 3 ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಲಸಿ. ಹಂತ 4 ಕೊತ್ತಂಬರಿ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಮತ್ತು ರುಚಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಷ್ಟು ಉಪ್ಪು ಸೇರಿಸಿ. ಹಂತ 5 ಬಿಸಿ ಬಿಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಪೂರೈಸಿ.
Like it? No. Yeah, great work by Vishnu, my colleague. He's here in the audience, I thought. I don't know where he is. Yeah, there he is. Thanks, Vishnu. This is not vibe coding. You don't write prompts and hope Replit will create a voice AI integration. This is AI generated but context engineered coding, okay? And Sridhar Vembu gave it a name, ACE, AI generated context engineered coding or ACE coding. So we are able to do that within a day. It's on a side note, this is a flex of how CodeWalnut generates software rapidly. On the other side, you are all techies. You can build software at the pace at which you can imagine. It's only your imagination that's holding you back. Your tech team is ready. You as founders are ready. You can build a lot of free tools for the market. Okay? So that's the second message. The third idea, I mean, this is why a free tool helps. If you're wondering, it's a silent salesperson. Now, if I show this to someone, they'll know that I have AI-powered engineering capability in my team, correct? Make sense? So the third idea is creating reciprocity. Okay? That's because in a noisy marketplace, it's only people will not go and buy with anybody. They'll just reciprocate. If there are 4 vendors like Epicode, and today I'm in a position to make a decision, or tomorrow, I'll just lean towards Ashok and Sendil and say, guys, come and do it for us, right? I'm not going to go to the other 3. How often do you find it's only government you have, tenders and all of that? In corporate, many a time, there are RFPs and RFIs, but there are many a time, mid-sized companies make a decision based on the CXO out there. So think of it this way, right? Instead of going and trying to book a demo, you organize. I know you can't organize a TEM so easily. This requires a lot more investment of time. But can you organize a closed door roundtable on why voice AI pilots fail after 90 days? Or talk about how AI works in pilot but it's not working in production. Call 10 leaders to talk about it. Like today, I met with the CISO of Subex and said, I'm going to organize a roundtable on AI, in fact, impact of AI in engineering, and I want him to come and participate. So hopefully he will. And that's how you can start small roundtables, organize one room in a hotel like this and invite people. So this is simple. The playbook is very easy to follow. 90 minutes exchange of ideas, dinner. You don't discuss, you facilitate. So, and you know if it's working, when they come back and say, I liked it, when's the next one? So just 3 ideas I've got for you. Celebrate your customer, deliver free value, own the network. Agreed? What's the first one? Deliver free value, own the network. Because in a world flooded with tools, startups that serve will stand out. So be outstanding. Thank you. Can I just move?
Thank you for such an insightful session, sir. May I ask you to wait for a second?
Sure.
So, Mr. Sharad Sethi, the co-founder of Epicode, would like you to give your memoir. Everybody, please give a round of applause. Okay, sir. Thank you. A quick announcement. There's a technical breakout session called the Voice AI Platform for Debt Collection that's being conducted by the speaker Sanchit Malhotra, CWO Win for AI. That starts at 12:40. This is a quick announcement. That will start at 12:30. This is a quick announcement and a reminder. At adjacent hall, the behind hall. It starts at 12:30. Okay. Moving on, our next speaker is a seasoned technology leader with decades of experience in enterprise software and telephony systems. He has worked extensively with leading-edge technologies, overseeing the development of niche products in computer telephony and healthcare, where reliability and scale are critical. He's a Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Epicode, and will also be joining us later as a speaker in a Q&A session. In this session, he will take us beyond the basics to explore how truly measure telephony stacks architecture for real-world enterprise. Hereby, requesting Mr. Sharad Sethi, sir, to please make your way to the stage. Please, sir, make your way to the stage. Everybody, please give a round of applause to sir.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I think I should stand a little away. I hope everyone is having a very good time today, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot from each other. In fact, I already learned quite a few listening to the dignitaries who are talking before me. I hope that I'm not echoing too much, because I'm hearing an echo. So, all right. So today's topic is voice AI, and I'm going to focus on the voice part because that's what I've been doing most of my career. In fact, my college project in 1989 was testing C.even boards, so which took me to AT&T Bell Labs a few years later, and then after that, telephony has become my main profession. And fortunately, in a lot of other technologies, you have to keep changing into different technology, but in telephony is really old. In fact, if you consider universal communication, telephony was the oldest among them before email, chat, WhatsApp, any of them came along. And it is still the most, liked channel for talking to customers, or for customers to talk to their vendors. Okay, so that really prolonged my career in that sense. Okay, so I'll briefly talk about how the evolution of voice AI started. Okay, until 2005, around that time, everything was pure voice. There was, people were talking and they could use DTMF or, keyboard to press their, I think almost everyone here has used IVRs where, press 1 for this, press 2 for that, you're used to that. But it changed around 20 years ago where, speech-enabled IVRs started coming into the industry, where text-to-speech, speak-to-text were used for, giving a more, human experience. Of course, compared to now, it was not at all human. It was very robotic. So you had STT, which is speech-to-text, which used to, convert whatever we say into text, and then we used to logically try to guess what the customer is trying to say by looking into keywords, and then try to answer them. Like, you look for sales or support, you look for those keywords, and then we are trying to give a, better user experience. But the problem with that was it was not very good until the NLP came into the picture around 10 years ago. In fact, Amazon Lex was the first API which most of us developers could use to build a more, inclusive experience for the customer, where you could, if a customer makes a sentence, the Amazon Lex could, go through the text and figure out what is the intent of the customer. Okay, and that was not possible until then. And in fact, their Alexa product was powered by AWS Lex APIs, which they also made available to everybody else in the world, of course, for a price, which caused a very different kind of problem now. People by this time got used to Alexa and Siri. And what do you do with Alexa and Siri? you talk all kind of stuff, right? What's the weather, or, play some music, basically general queries. And it was for free, right? So as a result, customers started expecting same kind of experience with their IVRs. So they said, okay, can you speech enable our IVR using the same kind of technology? Yes, we could, but it was very expensive. Because while you use Siri or Alexa, it was free. But if you use the APIs and try to create a product, it used to get very expensive. So this is what happened post 2016. Every vendor was asked, do you have speech-enabled IVR? If you don't, you're out of picture. You are not even under consideration. But once you give a demo of your speech-enabled IVR, then we give a BOM or a quotation, and the 50% of the quotation will be the speech API cost. So in the final quotation, it has to be removed. So we had to have that ability, but nobody was buying it. So that's what is happening until COVID came. In COVID, things started around because suddenly there were no agents in the call centers. They were all sitting at home. So there was a big pressure to make IVRs much better or try to replace agents with speech-enabled IVRs. By this time, many open source models for NLP had come around, and like Rasa. And this is when the speech-enabled, of course, based on NLP, which is natural language processing. Based on that, many of the IVR products, IVRs started getting replaced with voice AI. Once which is coincided with the COVID pandemic. And by the time COVID pandemic ended, people had a taste of that, and they had realized what is the advantage of using AI. Because when you need to call a customer and give them some information, if you use a human agent, you may need 10,000 agents for few days a month. And then what do you do for the rest of the month? Instead, if you use voice AI, you can do that. You can, you can spin up some processes, use voice AI to send your messages, have some small dialogue, get some information from the customer, and that is when voice AI really took off. And this happened before LLMs, came into our life. I think that happened somewhere around November 2022. So then the whole picture changed. The expectation of people from voice or AI totally changed. Because until then, the only exposure of people to AI was Alexa or Siri. I'm talking about general public. And suddenly, everybody is playing with ChatGPT. Everybody is an expert on ChatGPT. And obviously, they started expecting similar kind of output from their speech IVRs or voice AI. Of course, again, price becomes a problem. Because with NLPs, if you are using open source NLPs, at least you could run it for free, except only computation cost was involved, but not paying a vendor like Amazon. But with LLM, again, the momentum shifted to these companies like OpenAI, where you have to pay for it, pay for every usage. Even if you make a mistake, you have to pay for it. Like, I think everyone here has experienced this. You ask a question, and then it will give you some answer, and you find some mistake, and you say, no, I don't think you're right. You may have made a mistake. Then it will say, oh yeah, you are right. And then it will give a better answer. And then by that time, it may make one more mistake, and you correct it, and one more answer. So by the time you get the proper answer what you are looking for, you may have done 5 to 6 or even 10 to 12 iterations. And OpenAI got paid for each one of those iterations, not for the outcome. If they got paid for just the outcome, the final output, then it's great. But they got paid for every mistake. This is the first business model where a vendor gets paid for mistakes. I mean, which explains why they are so upbeat, and Jensen Huang is making such a wave, and Nvidia is such a big company. I mean, their market cap is $5 trillion because they get paid for mistakes. But can we afford that? Will our customers pay for our mistakes? If we, there are a lot of voice AI, companies here. If your customers, if you give a voice AI solution that works half the time, do you think your customers will pay for it? They'll throw you out. But all the LLM vendors will get paid. Okay, so that is the state of affair we are in right now. Okay, now, by the way, for creating images, it's great, because if you look at all my images so far, every image for this was created using Nana Banana. Okay, because even if it's not perfect, it makes some mistakes, but then it's okay, because when you look at images, you don't have a very definite requirement. You are not looking for a deterministic output. You are looking for a probabilistic. If it gets 90% fine, you're okay with that. Like if you ask Nano Banana to create a sunset or a sunrise image, you're not going to complain about, oh, it didn't get one leaf right or a tree right? I mean, it's as long as it's get the picture, it's done. 90%, you can live with 90%. You can live with the probabilistic output. Whereas our customers will never accept that. Our customers expect deterministic output. They want exactly what they asked you for. They want exactly what they paid you for. So, as voice AI vendors, you all have to achieve that and not, end up paying for mistakes. Meanwhile, not get paid for mistakes. Okay, so I'm sure most of you have tried your hand in wipe coding, and and you all know how it goes along. In fact, one of the most popular wipe coding tool is Cursor AI. I think in your talk also you mentioned it. The CEO of Cursor AI gave this warning just a few weeks ago, saying that don't use this for production. In fact, what he said was, he said, wipe coding is like building a house without ever checking the foundations, wiring, or structural support. It is best for hobby projects and demos and not for building large-scale projects. Like, for example, Nattu, he showed a demo. It works beautifully, right? But if 1 million customers are connecting to that same website, that will not work. You need to do real engineering. But for doing MVPs, for demos, you can, Cursor AI kind of wipe coding tools are really good. Okay, so that is what we're going to talk about, and basically talk about how we can, not end up giving a probabilistic answer, because our customers will not put up with it. I think this is a popular meme. I'm sure many of you may have seen this. So these days, providing any complex high-tech service has become a very multidisciplinary endeavor. In fact, Senthil talked about it, that these days there are no simple things. Customers are not expecting you to do simple stuff because they can do it themselves. Every customer these days had their own IT department, and if it can be wipe coded, they will do it. They don't need your help. You don't need, I mean, if you wipe code a product and try to sell it, nobody's going to buy it because they can do it themselves. Okay. So, how do you develop a multidisciplinary project? For example, if you take voice AI, it involves text-to-speech, speech-to-text, the chatbot, which you build using LLM or any NLP. Then you have telephony, and then you have IT operations. Okay. Now, these are very different skill sets, require very different skill sets. It's like, I think you may have heard of this sports called pentathlon, which is an Olympic sports, which involves 5 very different sports. It involves rifle shooting, it involves horse riding, it involves fencing, running, and swimming. Now, if you are familiar with these sports, each one requires a lot of effort to learn and become the best in the world, right? But in pentathlon, one person is expected to know all the 5. Okay? Now, if you're training for all the 5, you can only train one event a day and then take the weekend off and then again repeat the same thing. But you will nowhere be close enough to somebody who is practicing one particular sport every day, right? In fact, if you look at the gold medalist of pentathlon, the Olympic gold medalist, and you take his individual performance in each sport and compare it with the Olympic medalists of individual sports, they will be nowhere close. In fact, the pentathlon world gold medalist will not even be in the top 100 or even top 1,000 if they participate in the individual events. Okay, but pentathlon is about an individual performance. Like, okay, somebody is a jack of all. Who is the best jack of all? But our customers are not looking for the best jack of alls. Okay, because jack of alls can fail. Like, for example, this is what I call as a pentathlon trap, where you have TTS, STT, chatbot, telephony systems. Now, notice somebody is missing. The IT operation is missing because our, Nana Banana decided to ignore it because probably decided I didn't have enough tokens for it. Okay, so, but I can live with it because it kind of gives you the, idea what I'm talking about. Now, service delivery of any complex service is like a relay. Okay, means every person in the relay has to do their best. If any one of them fail, your service delivery will fail. So you need to use the best TTS, best STT, best chatbot, best telephony system, and best IT operations in order to give a very superior service. No, I'm not saying the best, but it has to be good enough. It has to meet the requirement. Now, to develop all this under one roof is very hard because they require very different type of background. Now, if you if you have, suppose you have a lot of funding and you try to build everything under one roof, it will take many years. Why? Because any software, the first version will barely work. Okay? So you have to wait for the second version and third version. Only by the third iteration it becomes, very useful. And which can actually, because you learn a lot from version 1 and version 2. And by version 3, you will have a very professional product. And this is true for any kind of software. And usually these iterations sometimes take years, if not months. But this, this process have to be undergone. You cannot just write the first version and it will be working fine. That has never happened. So, about 60 years ago, the the US President JFK made a famous speech about the, the project to go to the moon. And he made a very famous speech, and I'll quote one sentence from him. He said, "We chose to go to the moon in this decade and do other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills." This famous statement has become very relevant even now, for a little different reason. Because of AI, pretty much anybody can wipe code an ordinary solution. So if you try to compete with an ordinary solution, you will not be able to survive at all. So you have to be very good at what you do. Otherwise, somebody with the AI will, beat you to it. Okay? Your customer might just do something, build something which is as good as yours. So you have to specialize, which means you can't try to do everything yourself. So like in Epicode, we specialize in high volume telephony architecture, and that's a lot of work by itself. And as a result, it doesn't let us focus on anything else in voice AI area. And since that was our specialty, we started focusing on that. And basically we are, I'm sharing my experiences, what it took to create a solution which can dial 10,000 concurrent call from a single, installation. So it is often said that, a lot of, voice AI company we have talked to, they had assumed that telephony has become commoditized. Okay, that means, hey, you can just go download, Asterisk, you can download Free Switch, and then start using it. Yeah, you can start using it. And of course, you need some domain knowledge, or you can use, ChatGPT to create some configuration files, and you're good to go. Yes, you can do that for demos, MVPs, but you can't go production with it. Like for example, if you take Asterisk, one instance will run, say, 200, 300 channels, but the customer wants 500. What are you going to do? Some other customer wants 1,000. Somebody wants 2,000 channels. And now you are not able to scale, and you will lose the project. So how do you build a platform which can achieve high volume and at the same time solve all the problems which generally come with it? So this is the route we took. We basically, see, for example, the top portion basically talks about dialing and doing all the telephony functions. Just the telephony functions, yes, they are commoditized because it's based on well-known SIP protocols, SIP, RTP, SDP. These are all well-known RFCs. Anybody can implement them, and they have implemented them. You can go and find many open source implementation of telephony features, which is why you can just download and use it. Okay, but what you cannot do is scale with it. That is a problem we tried to solve almost 15 years ago. So when I say scalable, it also means you have to be able to horizontally scale, right? We are not talking about vertical scaling. I hope everybody knows the difference. Vertical scaling is just you put bigger and bigger box, okay? But that is hard to do because you can't, if you put a 64 core machine and if you want to upgrade, you have to go to 128 core machine, and then how do you downgrade based on the load? Whereas when you horizontally scale, you can add and remove as and when you, depending on the load. That is what we call as auto scaling and auto shrinking. So when there is load, you can launch 10 instances. When you don't have load, you can bring it down to one instance. Okay, and these things have to happen automatically. Okay. No, he was breathing very loudly behind me, so. Okay. So for example, so there are many such platforms like Asterisk, FreeSwitch, 3CX, and SIP Foundry and all that. So you don't have to build it. Okay, even we don't try to build it. We just download one of those open source implementations, which are maintained by thousands of people. So we don't have to worry about how to implement SIP RFCs. People have already done it, and it's available for free. So there is no point rebuilding the wheel or reinventing the wheel. But we need to address the other issues. So, for example, in our experience, a 8-core virtual machine can run about 1,000 calls, okay, which can make 1,000 calls where 60% of them are connected while doing recording at the same time and also tracking the performance at the same time. But when you go beyond 1,000, we need to have multiple of them. Like if the customer says, I want 5,000 simultaneous calls, then we need 5 of these, 5 instances. Then how do you track? You dialed a call through one of the telephony systems, and now you want to say, okay, I want to stream that call to the orchestration engine, and you don't know where it is. How do you track these things? So that is where the remaining layers come into picture. So let's start with the bottommost. And we always handle one problem in each layer. For example, if I'm going to get slightly technical. In networking, we have something called OSI layer, where each layer handles different problems. Okay, like they call it physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer. Okay, so I'm not going to go deep into it, but we have a similar system for solving our scaling problem. So the bottommost layer we have is messaging layer, because when you distribute the process across multiple machines, across multiple networks, you need to be able to talk to each other very fast, extremely fast. So you need a very fast messaging framework. Are we going to build a messaging framework? Oh, we did. Like 15 years ago, we did do that because there were no free ones available. Okay, we built our own messaging network, but few years later, we switched to a open source one, which is extremely fast. Now, we don't have to maintain that. So, when you look at this, don't imagine that we built this, okay? We built once upon a time, but then replaced it with something much better from open source, okay? For example, you have Kafka, you have RabbitMQ, you have NATS, you have ZeroMQ, you have Pulsar MQ, I think. No, it's Apache Pulsar. These are all extremely fast message broker systems, which allow both persistent and non-persistent messages delivered at a very high speed. Okay, so we just adopt it. Don't build it. Okay, if you're building, of course, we built it long ago because there were no freebies. Now there are a lot of freebies in the internet. Just make sure those products have the right licensing that allow you to use it in commercial products. Okay, like it has to have weak permissive left copy licenses, permissive licenses. If it is GPL, then you can't. Then you have to expose all your code to the customers, or you just have to give it out free. So, message broker. Any of the RabbitMQ, Kafka, NATS, you can use it so that you can talk across various. So for example, let's look at this picture. We have a telephony switch, which could be Asterisk, FreeSwitch, whatever. And then voice AI orchestrator. This is what a lot of voice AI companies usually build. And then campaign manager, which will give you all the numbers to dial. Then TTS cache, where you cache all the TTS. And then you have call scheduler. So when you want to make a call, the campaign manager will send the number to the call scheduler. Now you see there are many call schedulers. There are many campaign managers, right? How does that work? You connect your UI, the campaign manager, browser, on the browser, and then you will say, okay, dial this 1,000 numbers. And the 1,000 numbers it will send to any one of the campaign managers. It can use any one of the campaign managers. It doesn't have to use any one of them. Specific one. It can go to any one of them. And that campaign manager may send the number to any one of the call schedulers. Okay? So, and the same thing continues. Like, the call scheduler will send the call to any one of the telephony switches. So what happens is, it doesn't assume whether there are only one or there are 10. It will work depending on the load. You can increase the number of instances or decrease the number of instances depending on the load, and your application will work transparently. It doesn't have to worry about what is the IP address of one component, what port it is listening on. None of that headache is involved now. You just say, okay, send this to any telephony switch. Send this to any call scheduler. Okay? So this way, the load is balanced, and you also get redundancy. If any one of the machines goes down, you don't even notice it. Okay? You don't even notice it. In fact, you might spin off one more, instance to take care of the load. Or when the load increases, you can add more machines to the system. So all this is possible because you have a message broker which treats every component, copies of the application as all the same. It's like a swarm. You're not telling a particular application, you are telling a swarm of a particular application to do something, and one of them will take care of it. You don't care which. So this is the bottommost layer where we just take a open source, message broker and make all the applications talk through that. So next, telephony is a stateful application. Okay, now what that means is most of the time people are used to stateless applications. Okay, so stateless applications where you can send your query to any machine, any instance, and they will look up to the database, get the information, then able to service you. But in telephony, what happens? Once a call is established, it will go through a particular machine, and then that call stays there. Whatever you do with that call has to be done in that machine only and nowhere else. So when you distribute, and when you're sending messages, you may send it to the wrong machine. In fact, most of the time you will send it to the wrong machine. So how do you make sure it goes to the correct machine? So you need to have something called state synchronization. Everyone should know the state of every call so that it is, if you send it to the wrong machine, it will immediately be able to redirect it to the right machine. Okay. And this is achieved by using embedded SQL DBs. Because if you try to use, because this, remember, this is a real-time application. If you try to use a physical database, it will be too slow. So you have to create a local database which is embedded so that all the queries are local and all the changes made to it are replicated to every copy. So because you replicate any change to every instance, whenever you want to look up, you will be looking up in the local memory and get your answer. So this layer will handle only that, the state synchronization. The next one is cluster orchestration, where it will keep track of who's running, who's not running, who's dropped out, who has joined. Okay, so that every application is aware of its sibling. If you're running 4 telephony switches, each one should know, okay, there are 5 of us. Or if you're running a call, scheduler, it should know that, okay, there are 4 of us. Okay, so this, and it will do service discovery. You want to, send a message somewhere, or you want to instruct, you'll find out, okay, is that service exists? is that if a request was sent to the wrong, it has to be rebalanced. Redirected, and application load balancing has to happen, and performance tracking has to happen, and call merging. If the calls are in two different switches, and if those calls have to be merged, you should be able to merge those calls in a millisecond. Okay, not millisecond, maybe 100 millisecond. So all that orchestration is handled by this layer. And then we finally come to the telephony layer. In the telephony layer is where the open source stack, what you have downloaded, will give you SIP signaling, transcoding, media handling, conferencing, etc. But what they do not give is trunk management, CPS compliant call scheduling, real-time app load balancing, call performance tracking, multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy is where you want to support multiple customers in a single instance. Call progress analysis, like, if people, answering machine detection, detecting various different tones, detecting facts, and inter-instance call management. All this is not part of any of the open source stacks. So we want to add those features. Those features are added because of the 3 layers we have created below this. Okay, and this, in a single instance, we are able to manage 10,000 concurrent. And you can have multiple such things. Like if somebody wants 30,000, you can put 3 different installations and connect them all together. Now it can handle 30,000 simultaneous. Okay? So that is what, that is how we have built our, mature telephony stack, which can really scale while making sure every call is, performance of every call is tracked, and you can get a report, on the fly. You can monitor what's happening. You can see, what are the delays. We can track delays at every stage, and we can also create reports showing, what happened in that day or that month. All that is handled by this layer. So this is what Epicode does. We only do telephony, and this is how we have designed it. Okay. So that's all. Thank you.
So thank you for the session, sir. Thank you, Vineet Nayak, sir, for presenting the memento.
Thank you for such an insightful session, sir. Our next speaker is a leader in enterprise customer experience space. He's the Chief Executive Officer for Tetherify, working closely with global enterprises on delivering secure omni-channel customer engagement powered by advanced AI technologies. Please join us on stage to deliver your speech, and a big round of applause for Mr. Vineet Nayak.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I know it's just before lunch, but I'm going to just take 15 minutes. I think this is the best time I chose because you're all going to be attentive. Yeah. So, yeah, just my name is Vineet. I'm the founder and CEO of Tetherify. I'm based out of Singapore and started this company back in 2009. Before that, I used to work for Avaya. So, kind of know telephony. I understand communication, enterprise. spent about 7 to 8 years with Avaya, and then Servion, a system integrator, where I learned, that guy is distracting too much, it's moving around, and sorry. Yeah, so Servion, I spent about 1.5 years, again, in the same communication field. So I think from our point of view, I kind of moved away from telephony. Of course, telephony is important. We all know that telephony is important. Voice is important, but I think we figured out beyond telephony, there's also a mechanism where you can deliver audio, video, rich media. That's what we started focusing on, because I knew why I was good at, and we had to figure out what we have to find for a specific market. Asia market was more, I felt more faster, richer in terms of demanding, and I think that's where we started looking at what we wanted to do. And at the same time, we pivoted multiple times. We have pivoted many, many times in the last 16 years of our existence, and COVID was one of the such very point where we did pivot big time, and we were pretty successful with our experiments. So, as I said, we're going to deal with humans. As I said, the contact center is key to the whole ecosystem here. I think you all talked about voice bots and AI bots. I think everybody is thinking about they're all going to be replacing human beings. We still believe humans are going to be very crucial in running every enterprise. So we deal with enterprises, large enterprises, banks, BFSI, telco, healthcare, where we believe humans are going to be driving not only the strategy and the planning and everything around customer communication with the enterprise, but at the same time, there would have to be certain element of human set of people who are going to take these complicated or complex interactions. I think that's what we will be focusing on. And I'm going to talk about a small story that I always talk about this in every conference, but I'm going to relate this to why humans are going to be very, very important in driving what the technology is going to do for the enterprise or for the customers, right? So this is my experience back in 2010 when I started the company. I had a bank called OCBC in Singapore. I was working with a corporate bank. One of the contact center head is Kareen. She still works with us. So after, we went out for a coffee break, and I kind of left my wallet and got a call, got distracted. And typically in Singapore, we keep wallets, phones, and everything on the phone, on the table. In fact, people reserve the tables with phones and some valuable things, right? you can't imagine that here, I know. But then that is possible there. So I kept it. I got a call. I went taking the call, and then I went back to the office. I forgot that I had left my wallet on the table. And once I remembered, I couldn't find my wallet, and go back to that place. It was a coffee shop, typical Darshini kind of a stuff that you find here. And the guys around said, no, we can't find any wallet. So the next immediate thing to do for me was to go lodge a police complaint close by. And I did that. For the first time, I experienced how efficient the whole system was. Within 15 minutes, registration was done because I needed that because there were a lot of cards and important stuff inside my wallet, and most important was my PAN card and my driving license here, which I knew is going to be not going to be easy for me to recover in here. The cards, credit cards, are something that you can immediately get it after you have the police registration done. After a few days, I wanted to go back to get my immigration, visa cards and all that. And I thought, let me try my luck by calling a toll-free number, because I had the printout of the registered complaint. I opened it and I found a toll-free number. And I called the toll-free number. Somebody picks up, human being, not bot. So he said, sir, we have the wallet with us. You're having a great day. I think you're very lucky today. Got the wallet. Please come and collect it. And I said, where is this place to come and collect it? somewhere in Paya Lebar Square, central Singapore. I went there, and my entire wallet, everything was intact, including coins, in cards, and everything. And I was so happy, and I said, for the first time, I posted something on my Facebook at that time. I don't use that anymore. But then I asked him, can I thank the person who returned this to me? The police said, no way, because we are not going to disclose who that person is, and we don't want you to have those kind of communication with those people. I said, okay. That was very disappointing. But then I came back. I was so happy. Went back to the office, same customer, OCBC Bank contact center head, Karine, and I told this whole story to her. And after listening to my story, and I was obviously overwhelmed and happy, and I couldn't have imagined this happening anywhere, at least not in India for me, with this whole process. Such a great, efficient police system, right? And the first thing she tells me after listening to that whole story, can you guys guess? Anybody? Sorry? No. First thing that she says is, Vineet, you have to complain. No? Can you imagine? She says, you have to go and complain against the police. I said, what? Are you saying compliment or complain? I said, complain. I said, why? The police should have called you first. Not you call the police. I was like, are you joking? No, serious. You have to go and complain. And she just didn't let me not do it. I said, I was shit scared to complain against police. Can you imagine doing that somewhere here or anywhere? And I was still reluctant. And she kept telling me that you have to do it. And I was like, and then she started telling me why it is important. As you know, as people like us, you have to put that pressure on them so that they can fix the system, they can fix the process. Next time, if this happens, it is somebody like us who's going to experience that problem, and you got to make that change. And this is how this country works. Your country might be different, but my country works this way because I want you. So I don't know if any of you know Singapore a bit. It's called complain country, right? And that's why they call it fine city also sometimes, because there is fine for everything, but it's also fine. These are the kind of people who make that happen, right? And that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make here, is that I think it is very important for all of us to realize that it is people like these, the contact center head, or the person who owns this enterprise, who's running this enterprise, who decides what should be the threshold, what should be the boundary, and what are we demanding from tech vendors like us. I think those are the crucial aspects I think we all have to understand as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of lesson for us in this country to also learn, where we take this with an attitude of, okay, chalta hai, right? I mean, that's a two words that everybody talks about. But I think they have mastered this. Of course, there is going to be hardship because you have to take that step and go and complain against the police, which is not going to be easy. But that whole process also was easy for me because I just have to go back and tell the same police guy, and they, very gracefully took my complaint. And I'm hoping somebody else got served better that day, or the next day, or in future. So I think these are some of the lessons that I want you all to, as people who are leaders or vendors delivering to your enterprises or your customers to think about and take it to your customers or end customers, because we are delivering to enterprises who deal with customers on a large scale, on different channels, very complex situations. And I think this is one lesson that I always remember and I talk about, and within the company, outside the company, really kind of gives a different mindset because we always think about technology all the time. What can AI do and how can it replace humans? These are the discussions I keep hearing all the time, but I think this is one that really tells you, I think there is a human aspect to every business that needs to be driven by humans. Just to give you a quick glance of what we are, TEDify is headquartered in Singapore. We have a large offshore center in Mangalore and Bangalore. We have an office in Sri Lanka, Colombo. We have an office in the US. We are close to about 225 people, and employees are across 10 countries, diverse. We started with, like I said, WebRTC, the non-voice, vision, video KYC. These were our predominantly focus areas. And customer experience was the focus before COVID. So which meant how can we conveniently onboard or allow customers to interact with large enterprises? Convenience. So there's always a mindset when there is convenience, there's going to be a compromise on security. I think we always think of it's a tug of war between security and convenience. I think that is where we built a beautiful balance where we allowed customers to be trusted using our Vision AI platforms, where we were doing facial authentication, OCR, and this was back in 2009, 2010, 2012, where I think we talk about AI and Gen AI now, but I think we were already doing AI, with Vision AI, and a lot of our customers use that platform extensively to provide convenience without compromising on security. So that was our forte, and COVID happened, and the same set of problems were there for employees as well. So which meant employees also wanted that convenience to work from anywhere, and at the same time, the enterprises didn't have to think about, can I trust this employee? Or is there a security fraud? Or is there somebody else working on behalf of this person? Or are they taking pictures from the screen or selling it to somebody? And that was happening. So those were the problems that we started addressing. And that portfolio became a part of our agent experience. So this is our fundamental set of solutions or products that we have. And just to give you a glimpse of what it looked like at that time, basically a Vision AI with the facial authentication, liveness detection. Somebody is trying to capture data from the screen. Is he selling? So we detect all those fraudulent activities and try to block some of these happening real time. So this was our new pivot that we started, and it became hugely successful. And this is something that we were working on for our customer experience aspect as well, because we were identifying customers, onboarding customers, and all of that aspect was happening. And eventually, post-COVID, few years down the line, we had to do some more innovation. So again, Gen AI and speech. So we added speech capabilities as well to this. And by the way, all of this, and the previous one is actually, we filed for patent, and all of this runs on Edge. And that's been our forte. And that's been our focus. And why Edge? Because our customers are in the bank, Southeast Asia, highly regulated, and they wanted our processing to be very close to customers' data. And they wouldn't give us their data, or they wouldn't even push all of their customer data on even their speech or even the vision and all of those pictures to go outside their enterprise. And that challenge had to be met. And that's why we focused on building something on the edge. And a lot of local banks in Singapore, Southeast Asia use this platform. And more than that, now with this product, we've also got a lot of BPOs in the contact center who have no control over telephony or technology, because that's supplied by the customer themselves. And that's where this solution has really helped them to understand what is going on with their employees and provide some insights and analytics in terms of capability. I'll give you a little bit of a tech stack here. and I think Sharat and Nattu and all talked about this. Focus is, I think, the theme of this session, I believe. So we didn't want to focus, and I want to show you why these colors are like this here. The gray is not ours. I want to be very clear. Gray is third party. So if you look at telephony, we used extensively Avaya, Cisco, Twilio, Enghouse, and many such telephony platform, including Epicode as well. On the purple is where we've focused our intellectual property on. So our software is all built around the purple, and that's our color. That's our company's color, as you can see. And so our focus has been, enabling enterprises with multimodal channels, and that's been our focus. And even though I come from Avaya, which was very hardcore telephony voice, I thought, we probably could build on that foundation and not reinvent the wheel. And that's been our focus. And as you can see, the other boxes around the right side, AI, ML, NLP, and we've been using Nuance. I don't know how many of you have heard of Nuance in this room. Speech recognition company, they've been around since 1990s. And we've been using speech, or I don't know if it's called voice AI at that time. But yeah, we were using speech bots without TTS, by the way, at that time. And there was TTS, there were robotics-based TTS. And the Gen AI has probably made that sound like a human, and now that's why you see so much of vanity and hype around it. But then all of this is third party that you see on the gray. So we've used multiples of them, and our focus has been to deliver a solution to a problem that enterprise are facing. And I know at a bootstrap company, we're not VC funded, so we can't be everywhere. We can't be in every market, and that's why our focus has been very clearly in the BFSI or a highly regulated sector where edge AI makes a difference, right? And I'm hoping that you will come and see our demo and experience our live demos across here outside this session here. And again, as I said, focus is customer as well as employee happiness. And that's all I have. I think I took 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for providing such an insightful session from your personal experience.
So may I now request Mr. Rabai, sir, to give the memento to Vineet, sir. Thank you, sir. So now it's time to refuel and recharge. We invite all the participants to enjoy lunch and connect with fellow attendees, and please be back on time for our afternoon sessions, and we look forward to seeing you very soon. So make sure you be within half an hour. Thank you. 1:50. We request you to be here by 1:50. Thank you. can I please request everybody to gather in the next 2 minutes? I'll start. So there's a technical breakout session happening in the side hall on solving complaints and connectivity for voice AI in India by Ankush Sharma, who is the VP Sales in Elysian Technologies. So if you're interested, you can go there. So now moving on to the keynote session. Our next speaker is a technology leader and entrepreneur with over 27 years of experience spanning telecom, CPaaS, and marketing automation technologies. He has successfully led engineering, product development, R&D, and operations teams, driving innovation while delivering both technical excellence and commercial impact across complex multi-vendor environments. He is also the author of the book Ducks Quack, Eagles Soar, which reflects his perspective on leadership, growth, and unlocking potential. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Ribai N. With a huge round of applause. I don't hear it yet. Thank you.
So you want to present? Yeah. I didn't carry my. I shared to there. WhatsApp. Transferring to another laptop. That laptop is taken. Just transferring it. Just 2 minutes. If you announce the breakout session also, you announce the breakout session, right? Yeah.
No, just
ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
Good afternoon, all. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Ashok and Sendil, for giving me this opportunity. It's all about elevating CPaaS with voice AI. And let me try to understand how many of you know the word or the keyword as a CPaaS. Okay, I think majority, I'm not very sure, are still all are sleeping. This is a very, very toughest session, no, post-lunch. I just literally cursed this guy, this should not happen. No, I think it's my hard luck many a times. Either just before the lunch or after the lunch, either they are hungry, it's an attention gone, or post-lunch, it's too tough. Anyway, thanks a lot. Thanks everyone, attending over here. So let me have a quick introduction. Anyway, thanks for my introduction as well. So I'm into this industry since the day it born. Somehow, I'm fortunate enough, attaching to this one and have seen all the ups and downs of this CPaaS industry, which is all about communication platform as a service. So today, if you look at that, every enterprise or, without this CPaaS, none of the notifications, alerts, securities, authentication, nothing could have been possible today. Right? So that's how it's evolved. So now, okay, predominantly CPaaS consists of 5 channels: SMS, WhatsApp, RCS, voice, and email. For the communication, right, email is the first one started maybe 1970s. It is just a kind of what you can call is an infrastructure at that time. Then slowly become a tool. Then the SMS emerged, or before that the voice comes, then SMS, then with the WhatsApp emerged, in between Google trying to compete with RCS as an elevation of SMS to an RCS. Then again, it has gone through certain challenges. Now again they come up. So literally today, as on today, any of enterprise needs to communicate with any of their customers or engagement or marketing or anything, right? So without these 5 channels, it's not possible, or that's how it's going. So now how it's elevated with the voice AI, I think many of us, previous speakers, they have given enough information. Again, most of us, we know most of the stuff. Before getting into that, let me quickly introduce the company where I belongs to. So the Pinnacle Teleservices, we were into this domain for last 21 years. And we are the Meta Premier Partner to support all the WhatsApp communications, voice, AI, chatbots, all those aspects. And we were predominantly serving for all our enterprises for all those 5 channels today. And we are predominantly working with government segment. Okay, for last 21 years. Literally, or we can say, whatever the chatbot solutions or AI chatbot solutions or anything, or even we can simply say 1/3 of the Indian citizens were served by Pinnacle today for all the government-related services. Right? So these are all some few of the government segment, and now we are scaling with a lot of enterprise business. So when we are getting into elevating CPaaS with the voice AI, so I think most of are sleeping. Even I also had the same feel. So in front of you, no other choice. I had to manage. So are you all okay for a small story? Yeah. So most of us are the technology people, either technocrats, entrepreneurs, or predominantly they're wearing the label of a technology guys, right? Even and especially in Bangalore, Friday means we can party, then only, our week will be fulfilled. Like that, one of our friend, maybe Mr. Shiva, so, he got married. The other challenges on the weekends, if a married guy, even especially in Bangalore, a lot of commitments. So in the Friday evening, automatically evening 6:30, 7, started shivering, okay, time, at least I'll go for a small peck before I go home. Anyway, wife is waiting, she is waiting for dinner. He took, while on the go, let me take only one peck. You know how it's all states. Even that's how, even exactly happening for me and my team yesterday when we landed in Bangalore airport. We said, okay, before go for a dinner, let's have a small. Then finally it went up to 12:30. Though we landed at 9, it went up to 12:30. The day, okay, we satisfied, okay, done. Then move. The same thing happened with Mr. Shiva. So maybe one more. The time reaches to 2. So he couldn't even walk. Then he suddenly, even generally, what do you call, yogis and, the rangyards, they don't know how the time goes, right? So around 2 o'clock, so he couldn't even walk, literally, crawling, moving. Okay, if I take, walk for a straight road, it may take another 30 minutes to reach home. Let me take a shortcut. He took a shortcut. It's like a garden, small garden. He walked through that. Due to his conditions, he fell on a bush. All damaged happened, but still somehow reached to home. And okay, don't want to see or face his wife, so take his alternate key. Again, finding after those many rounds of the thing, bloody that hole is so small. The key, finding that keyhole itself for another 30 minutes. Somehow he opened the door silently, getting into the room. Lucky enough, he's so lucky enough that day. She is sleeping, deep sleep. Okay, fine. Slowly get onto the bed. Just left. So the very next day morning, again around 9 o'clock, one full bucket of water flushed on his face. He got shocked, got up. What happened? Okay. So, fine. She started yelling at, you bloody, you drank yesterday, and you came home after a drink. He simply said, no, honey, I promised you 6 months back, right? Since that day, I never ever touched my drink. Then she dragged this guy to a bathroom, go and put him inside. Right? So, look at what the hell you are doing. You drank only. I can prove you. Come, put that into bathroom. When he entered. So, the last night, what happened? When he was in a bush, has a damage, he gone to the washroom. He fixed himself with little bit bandages and everything. That's how he slept. But the next day, she dragged down to the bathroom. When he entered, all the bandages were in the mirror. Not on his face, right? So, this is how, when you say, it's all about, right? How I'm just trying to relate is, I think the previous speakers, even Sindhil said and many, even Elil sir said, right? So, when we are talking about, new things, it's all about a marketing effort, buzz, go, jump, do. But end of the day, what we generally look at that, okay, I built something, I want to sell it to this guy. But what we have to look around is what the real want over that. So rather than looking at the other side, looking at ourselves, how I can improve, how can I serve, how can I keep, or if it really required, we have to change the strategies. So this is exactly we were with, and based on the Pinnacle's journey, we have taken many such strategical change. Sometimes people felt, okay, why you keep changing? It's not about keep changing. Whatever how we want to serve better, rather than looking at what we have to sell. Instead of that, what the real problem they have, how we can sell. Probably in the upcoming slides, probably I'll explain you how we shift or how we elevate with our CPaaS stack with the voice AI today, right? Again, it's all about no more, say, one point in time it reached that it's a commodity. Channels mean it's a commodity. Oh, kitna paisa, kitna SMS, kitna paisa, kitna WhatsApp. This is what turned. Now, the era changed, completely changed. It's not about a communication. It's all about a conversations now. So it's all about channels to understanding, serving better. So this is the value add this brought into our stack right now. Again, we all say, right, communication has always been about only one thing, being understood. It's not about what I'm trying to communicate. It's all about how the other person receives. It's all that matter. No, faster, easier, predominantly, naturally. Right? So when the technology evolves, human expectations always change. That's how even I can still remember in 2004, 5 of those times itself, only SMS with a short code. People are trying to communicate back two-way they were trying to make. But unfortunately, within the texture, it has its own limitations, right? This is how things were now. It is all about a human. The CPaaS shift towards a human-first CPaaS. Earlier to that, it's like a commodity, just a communication, just send something, just a messaging. It's no more. It is all about a human-first CPaaS. This is the shift is happening on the CPaaS industry. So, as I told, right, it's all from, it started as a pipe. Kitna paisa, kitna SMS. This is how it always starts. From there, again, all the telecom providers, they used to give a pipe. Or any channels, they used to give a pipe. Then it slowly becomes API-based platforms, integrations, it evolves. Now, it's not about any more platform, it's all about within intelligence. It's not about a communication anymore, it's all about intelligent communication. This is where the AI adds a lot of power into the existing technologies, stacks, and everything. And similarly, it comes to CPaaS as well. CPaaS also, it's no more channels, it becomes an intelligent communications. This is how it's going to evolve along with the AI features, and predominantly now, like morning Elisa Pro, right? Voice is the older stuff. Like Kabali Store, I'm back. The same way when the AI comes, voice again comes back. Over a period of a time, in the entire CPaaS journey, in over some period of a time, maybe around 2005 to 2010, 12, or up to 2015, we can say, it is all about a voice OBDs. Like so many abusive things. Even our, that time our finance minister even got a, call, you want a loan. So that kind of an abusive level it went, then again lot of regulatory needs come, so many things happened. Then it got little bit down. Now with the AI, what we call as a voice AI, that brings back into a limelight now. Now that is going to be evolved to the bigger time. That's happening with our company and even with this industry as well. So the realization what we had, channels don't win markets. Understanding does. This is where the shift we are making with the voice AI now. So reframing voice AI, it's not about not replacing the humans. Everyone, it's always about a buzz, right? AI, everywhere. Down and everyone talks about AI and AI. And slowly, again, the fear accumulated, right? It's all about, okay, AI is come and replace the humans, or it's going to take away all the jobs. It's all the fears. It's not AI or voice AI especially, it's not to replace the humans. It is to scale the human intent. This is how it's going to elevate. This is how it's going to help. Again, when it comes to CPaaS industry, with the voice AI, it's nothing but the equivalent to the intent resolution at the scale. This is what the boom is happening now in the industry right now, with the help of voice AI. So this is where I can talk about our real story. This is our pinnacle story, I can say, based on last 21 years of journey. We started with like the same way, SMS, voice OBDs, then slowly become, what you can say, email is, okay, maybe one another channel, then slowly become RCS, then down, then WhatsApp. Now we are WhatsApp. Even today, WhatsApp is our 90% what we say is a market penetration. WhatsApp today, this is our real story right now. This is where I'm just trying to share our story with you all. How voice is changing the life or changing the industry and adding the value to everyone, right, on a day-to-day life. So it's very simple. Okay, we are Meta's premier partner, and we serve literally almost all the government departments today. Even very recent thing, we are integrating, or we are just putting our platforms for UIDI, Aadhaar. Upcoming days, anything from Aadhaar on a WhatsApp, it's from Pinnacle. Same way, right now, NIC. That is the one taking all the central government stuff, and we are serving NIC as well today. So, predominantly, our founders also very much wanting to serve people. That is how they predominantly they work for the government organizations. So, 90% in India, at least 90% WhatsApp penetration is there. So, we are having the AI chat bots. It's predominantly text-based bots. Okay, it's even with multilingual, all the languages, all possible languages in India, we are serving for many state governments to central governments. Okay. So, what we have seen, a couple of, still I can remember 3 years back or 2.5 years back when we put it for Andhra government. Okay, they want all their civilization service go on WhatsApp today. Again, most of the governments they are transforming. We are helping all those state governments to put all their citizen services, almost more than 200 services, 300, even for birth certificate to death certificate, anything in between. Whatever they serve, everything is on the chatbot today. That is in the life. Just click if you want your birth certificate, click on that, pay 50 rupees in the WhatsApp itself, get downloaded. It's all. Just 2-3 minutes of things were done. But what we observed, it's a lot of abandonment happened. Because it's all used by probably the urban people, okay, all of the people living in city with having some good educations, they are using. But what we found is, few people, they just start. It always started with, there is every government has its own number, just one number displayed, all the medias. They simply say hi, then they will come up with these menus or everything. From there, whatever services you want, you can go. Even after that hi, when that happened, what we see after that, literally 40%, 38 to 40% people don't even use the bot before that. This is what happened. So, obviously, right, government people, I'm so sorry, many government people over here must be. No, you know how government works, right? They simply come, boss, your service is useless. People, whatever the money we invested for the government, nothing works. Most of the people, even somebody started the journey also, within 1 click, 2 click, they stop. So nobody is completing the flow also. So again, when the pushback comes, okay, easy choice, what we can tell as an other side, right? We say, boss, if the users, that is your users, right? If they don't know how to use, what else we can do? What is the fault in ours? But one of the founder, he took it, fine, whatever the cases, let's go back. Let's go deep. What went wrong? So we did collect all the data, we, trying to analyze and everything, and surprisingly, we put literally, 70-75% of the crowd, or 80, close to 80, the people used from the rural. The numbers belongs to rural. So when they start also, they couldn't continue. And most of them, they simply stop with the very first stuff itself. Then when we go, little deeper, finally realize that they don't know how to use even their own mother tongue also, mother tongue language, right? So they are not all comfortable using the text. They don't know how to type. Then one of the founder asked exactly this question after this arrival. Okay, maybe a reason of literacy. Yes, that belongs to that. That also we came to know. Then one of our founding member is my boss. Is a board of director. So why should literally decide who gets served? That's the day, lucky enough, also, this voice AI is getting award. This is where we attached. When we introduced voice AI into the entire WhatsApp journeys, literally for all governments, I can say, and many enterprises. When get on to this, the expectation is no typing, no menus, just you speak. Anybody can speak. This turned to a great success or a great breakthrough for Pinnacle journey, at least, I can say. the result, if you look at that, at least what we realize that we are expecting the other person supposed to give the right information. This is what the one side of an expectation. But what we evolved is, we made the system learn how to listen the other person, how to listen the actual users what they really want. This changed the perception, as well as this changed a bigger shift and the breakthrough for us. When we adopted voice AI, the results was surprised for us even. Even the 40% additional engagement happened. Literally, 20 to 30% of the bot extra completion of this entire journey happened. Right? Even 70% this with our enterprise data, first call resolution happened. 30 to 60% the call deflection. The biggest breakthrough, what we realized, the results, what we maintain, whatever the majority on the citizenship services, that engagement from the beginning of any journey to the end of any of this bot journey with the voice AI, it increased 40% higher than what we get earlier. This is the major shift. This is where, the voice AI adds a lot of value to every citizen in India today. So this is our, my boss quote always, inclusion is in the charity, it's a good design. So we have to look at ourselves when I talk about a story. So rather than asking, okay, whatever I have, use it, no, what they want. Okay, look at ourselves, how best we can do. So here on the CPaaS channel, as I told you, right, voice 1.9, it's all about our IVR flows, OBDs, blah, blah stuff. Now, after this voice AI comes, when we adapted, voice and messaging it's a one conversation. It's all about a conversation now. No more communication. The term is changed with a conversation now. Even that conversation, it's changed with an intelligent conversation. What they want, can they be served? This is how the future is moving toward. So there is this is a real story we heard from one of our government officials when we interacted with them. It is about one of the government services. There is a lady, she is from a very, very rural, very remote village. Okay, she don't know what to type or how to, what I can say, how to type, how to use the menus or nothing. So when she wants to apply for some community certificate, actually, in a rural village. So she don't know where to go. She don't have any siblings or anything. She is kind of a very old lady. So she don't do, obviously she couldn't use any of that stuff. Even if somebody is helping on their village, you supposed to use your phone number to do all those aspects. Though she had a phone, though she had a good smartphone as well, but she don't know how to use it. She don't have a confidence. She don't know what to do now. When we manage that services with the voice AI, she confidently started using this app. Whatever she wanted, she got it. She just spoke. She didn't type, she didn't read anything. She just spoke, just a voice notes. Whatever she wanted, everything she got it. This is the power of, I don't say this is the power of CPaaS or this is not the power of voice AI. This is the power of an empowerment. How we are going to empower the citizenship. This is how these things adds a lot of value. So the future of CPaaS is always about understanding first communication. This is how the transformation is happening now. It's no more about just sending messages, just sending blast of bulk SMSs or WhatsApps, no more. It is all about understanding first communication. This is how the industry is evolving along with the voice AI now. It's all about conversational, measurable, and deeply human. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful session. I would like to call Ashok, sir, on the stage.
Actually, on behalf of Madan Rangasamy, I am presenting this.
Okay, so we'll be presenting the memo on behalf of Madan Rangasamy from Ask Lena.
is a sort of ready commodity.
Hi, thanks, Rubai. So now we have a speaker who is not present in person. He is going to connect from the US. He is the CEO of Ask Lena. He was supposed to travel, but due to some, he was not, he's unwell a few days ago. So we sort of asked him to take the call remotely. So we'll be setting up the Gmeet link. Just give us about 5 minutes. Okay. You can announce the speaker name when he comes on there.
Oh, sure.
Hey, hey. Can you hear me? I can hear you now. Yay, I'm doing good. hmm Interesting. Uh, please. I wish. Okay, can mhm. Okay, can I do you want to first check my, slide before I start? I want to see if it comes up because Can you hear me? Be a little bit of a challenge, but yeah, but definitely we can do this. Can you hear me though? What about the back of the room? All right, let's get started, yeah? So I'm actually facing a wall, but I believe the rest of the side is, there are people there listening. So hey guys, my name is Madan. Sunny state of California. I live in Saratoga, and I really hope I can bring you to today's talk, and I really appreciate Sendel, Ashok, and the rest of the Epicode team. Just voice my opinions. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard a lot about AI and AI agents and a bunch of stuff that is super exciting. And and I saw and I really hope that I can bring some perspective to this. It's 2 a.m. time, and then it was my slot was supposed to come at 12:30 a.m. and I thought, I actually dozed off, so I'm at like 30% energy right now. But then, yeah, let's get through this. It's really exciting. The question is, who am I? Who's this, right? So I have been working with a lot of companies in the past. My career has been like 20 years, and 20 plus. And then I come from Bangalore, and I miss Bangalore a lot. And I used to work with Ashok in a company called Trizen. And since then, I've worked at a lot of companies, Verizon, HP, Apple, and, recently, bad exits, and all the tribes and tribulations of what a Silicon Valley CEO and CTO goes through, right? So, but most interestingly, what I can bring to this table is, I call myself a native AI because I work ground up from working with data, working with large scale systems, and then across the stack, UI design, engineering, backend, CRM, ERP. So I've seen it all. I've seen so many permutations of combinations and how to put systems together to make them work. Some of my eye-opening experiences have been at Apple, where being a technical person, you get exposed to the business side of things, how marketing works, how sales work, and what really brings value to a customer. That was some eye-opening experiences, because one of the things was that when you get an Apple product, down to the box, down to the little film that encases the box, you don't feel like throwing it away, right? So, excuse me, maybe you're having issues here. I'll turn off my video. So the point I'm trying to make is like the customer experience that ties into the technical know-how a company has is super important. And like when I said some of the work that I bring to the table that I've done over the last couple of years is seriously important, because I had taken all this experience and I started working with a company called Aquilar, mostly into change management. Like, how can you bring change to CEOs and CXOs? And I used to run these workshops, a cohort of 25 CXOs, that coming from different walks of life, different domains, different ages, different stages of their CXO career, and we used to have two cohorts of 25 CXOs, and we did it over the past 2 years, and that's like hundreds of CEOs and CXOs who want to learn about how to use AI and a company. And that's a little insight into who I am, right? And I want to bring this experience into what I learned from that from being on that road, is that spending time over this, what I learned was most of the CEOs and CXOs, they understand their business, they understand their technology. Years we've seen this explosion happen with AI, and now we are left like a deer. Was the main reaction I got from many of the leaders in that room where I used to. We have AI. I know I need AI, but I have absolutely no idea what it actually does. This may be surprising, but 90% of absolutely no idea of what to do with that. And there is FOMO, there is the fear, there's apprehension, and of course there's like a bunch of different emotions that I've seen through those itself, right? And also, we have heard about this, right? Kodak went bankrupt, Blockbuster went bankrupt, but now the question is, and this is not me, right? They bring up this question: will I become bankrupt? Will I be the person that becomes shifted out because we are too special, or somebody like ChatGPT can come and swallow my business, right? So we are going through this process of disillusionment, if you will, right? So that's what's happening. And this is where I feel that we are in some kind of an hangover phase where the real work happens. And this is where, the CEOs that we talk to, I feel, and the leaders we talk to, need to look at what is called the, separation between demos. Like lots of us, we see a lot of demos. Yesterday, somebody sent me on WhatsApp, they sent me a video of a millennial, setting up on ChatGPT, going to Claude or ChatGPT and setting up a voice system that he could just call in and the voice system reacts. And actually, someone in this room actually sent it to me asking me, is this a fad or is this something that's going to happen? And my answer to that is that it could be both. It could be both. It could be a fad too. It could really happen, right? Is it going to happen right now that, some kid on the street just goes to ChatGPT and be able to spin up a voice bot that can do a majority of the things that we are all planning to do. It could happen. Is it a fad? Yes, it is also a fad, right? So what is it that separates us, right? So the separation is mainly like we are at this disillusionment. We're at that cusp of things, right? And hopefully we move into the slope of enlightenment and the plateau of productivity, and that's where most CEOs want to be, right? So we all think, and I found that with most CEOs, we do a lot of surveys after these workshops. Most of them say, just sprinkle some AI on it. Just add an API key, or take it and you think that it turns into a unicorn, or it turns into better business. But that's not the case. And someone just talked to me recently that, hey, we just bought 300 Copilot licenses and we distributed it across to our systems, and then but that's not the case either, right? That doesn't work. So the reality is that AI, in that workshop, one of the things that we constantly reinforce is that AI is a tool, and you need to think of it like a tool. It's not a magic wand, it's a tool, right? I'm pretty sure most of the people in this room know it. It's like to use an Indian analogy, is that we know there is yoga, and we know that it is good for our health. You're very, very, what do you call, when like you have these drunkards in this bars talking about cultural thing, and oh, we know yoga, we did this, and our guys do that, and so on and so forth. But they wouldn't have done it even for a day. And that's exactly how most of the technical leaders are today. They're drunk with AI, but if you ask them, have you practiced that any time in your life, one day, is no. They just drunk and talk about it, right? So the result is you have a messy process, you have messy decision making, and just corrupts your business, right? So and in the end, it is always going to corrupt your customer. Customer is king, and in this whole gamut of things that happen, you're doing this, right? So voice is, and here we're all talking about voice and voice AI and voice AI platforms. I'm pretty sure you're up to your neck now. The point is that when you're dealing with text, it is patient in the sense that you can send a text, you can wait for some rest. But with voice, it's immediate. It's right away. If it is more than 800 milliseconds, it's dead. The experience is gone. And I've taken, Ask Lena, and I've done a lot of demos. When there is a delay of even a second, the experience is just killed. And I'm just coming back to this experience, right? Again, humans interrupt. In my demos, when people talk, and if there is a small latency, or if they talk over the voice bot, it's an engineering nightmare, So again, this is like, one part is it may sound almost human, but but if it makes a different kind of it's just very, very hard. Again, our data, people walk in with, our data is great, but it is not. No, most CEOs don't think about data. Now I talked about two different ends of the whole spectrum that we're dealing with, right? So we all know this. I just want to reinforce this. And there's also token economics. Like 100 years ago, if you had taken a human and said, hey, you're going to be put in a and you're going to be hurled down a highway at 100 miles per hour, the guy next to you would have thought of you as a madman. But today we are sitting in cars that are going by themselves. So today it is so very, it's so the fact that it is ridiculous is that today a token, like a syllable of an English word, has become the unit economics of the world, right? It's driving billions and billions of dollars. So it's that little syllable, it's called a token, and it's called token economics. Everywhere it's token economics. It's pay as you go. The number of tokens you use, become the economics for your APIs, and layer level economics, right? And so you have traditional IVRs, the cost for a human agent, the cost for voice AI, and sloppy AI, and so on, right? So this is another area or dimension that I want to bring in, right? So the readiness is that I have been through these workshops. I've done so many surveys. Actually, if I were to count on the number of responses I've got, I have got responses from 1,500 technical leaders. 90% of them to 95% of them actually think they have a strategy. They have an AI strategy, but they don't. They really don't. And the companies that I did my AI assessment framework with, I found only 1% of them at an optimal maturity. And actually, even McKinsey data agrees with what kinds of maturity level assessment that we did. And it is exactly, they both coincide, even at a macro level and at a micro level. 1,500 companies is a micro level. But McKinsey is a bigger company, and they do it of companies, and they still agree with the kind of data we see at micro level, right? So why is this disconnect? Most of the CEOs have FOMO. It's like they see their competitor buying something. I want to buy it. It's like a monkey see, monkey do philosophy. Just because someone else does it, I do it. Or IT buys AI, saying, "Hey, CEO, this is great. Can I use it? Yeah, for sure. Why not?" And then someone else blocks it, right? And then you want to hire prompt engineers and then fire the data engineers and whatnot. That are happening, which are not really a healthy ecosystem for any company, right? So is there a framework? Well, there is a framework, right? And it's a common framework. And this is also a framework that I've spent some time building my own framework, but I'll give you a little bit that you can relate to it. Like I said, everybody relates to exercise, everybody relates to food, but nobody really does it, right? We have seen a lot of people talk about nutrition, that yes, you have to be carb free. We have to eat less carbs, more protein, have a healthy life. But in real life, nobody practices it because it's a kind of a dissonance that you have. But when you have a company, you can't afford that kind of a dissonance. I mean, you can't afford that kind of a dissonance even with your own physical self. Don't do it. But when you're a company, you have to be more rigid because a lot of lives depend on your company. Their salaries and your growth, their growth. Things right as your leaders. So this you should bring down that disconnect and the dissonance and kind of a framework, and you can put this framework. It could, I've seen this put on a single sheet of paper, and it could be multiple. You just need to first, this framework is a 5-step framework that I have is assess, plan, select, implement, and integrate, right? So is the most basic thing is, if you are a leader in your company, if you're not, measuring, if you don't have telemetry, you cannot improve it, right? You cannot. So if you don't have a goal, if you don't have, are you having a lake? Are you going with a squad? Or are you going to solo, right? So many things. Are you safe, or are you going to get sued, right? These are questions that every technical leader or person who's going to be a leader should be asking, right? And you need to, these kinds of pillars, if you will, in your company, right? And you need to assess where you are really. Like as a leader, do you really understand AI? Do you know what the blocks are? Do you know where it has grown from? Do you know the history of AI? What is an LLM? What is an SLM? What are unit economics in AI? I hear people say, "What are you working on?" I'm working on AI ML. AI is different. ML is a part of this one. When AI ML is become so a word that I don't hear that anymore. Like AI/ML doesn't make any sense. Either you're doing ML, you're doing DL, or you're doing AI, Gen AI, or you're doing those kinds of stuff. And all that is actually AI, right? You don't do AI ML. You're doing DL ML. You're doing data engineering. You're doing that. You're doing this. So where are you really? Do you know what is AI? I'm doing small POCs, or I'm scaling. I'm having an organization-wide adoption, or I'm actually innovating, or I'm really advanced. I have a rock star AI team that knows really exactly what they're doing, and I'm on an optimal state, right? So, and I have found out in my workshop, most I have a chief AI officer, I have this, I have that. Most of them are still in the stage 2. 90% of them are in stage 2. And why is that? Because and planning readiness again, and I'm not saying you, right? I'm talking about the people who have been in my workshop, and I'm drawing this from my experience. The people sitting there might be in any one of these stages, so don't get me wrong. But one of the ways that we have seen that things really work is like, stop trying to build. When we are, Jarvis is my reference to Iron Man's assistant, AI assistant. I'm a fan of Iron Man. And so all of us are trying to go into that huge, Jarvis moment. Right? You plan, you pick one boring use case. That boring use case may be a booking use case, or maybe a calendar use case, or maybe responding to use case. Try working it out in production, or maybe solve one major customer support use case that you want. Just solve one, right? And then use that one to build another one. But if you say something like, "Hey, I want an AI that runs the whole company," I've seen it fade across the board, right? So I would say, my strong recommendation would be like, you do you, right? My strong recommendation would be like, start with something that is as simple as, use AI to support password resets. How many of you are calling up, support to say, "Hey, can you reset my password?" Or can you find out where my status of my ticket is, or this or that, right? Pick one and work with it, and then start building it from there. The value of starting small and building is really, really huge. And most of the companies that we talk to, and even large scale data support this as well. Large companies here in the Bay Area, they go to the graveyard because they don't have a strategy. Most of their AI initiatives fail because either there's no bottom-up support, or there's no top-down support, or they don't have a strategy, right? So the other card that you can have in your or feather in your hat would be like, try a prioritization matrix. Talk to your team, talk to different sections of the team. If you're a startup, it's easy. If you're a bigger one, you probably have to call in your leaders and try to find out, what are those use cases that you think are high effort, low impact. Now, why is it valuable for us? Most of you are probably thinking about customers. This is a good matrix to have with your customers as well, right? When I talk to my clients or my customers, I really want to solve their big problems, but I really want to do an entry with I ask them their use cases, and I talk to them and I say, look, what are some of the things that has very low effort and high impact? And then let's talk about those kinds of use cases, and let's prioritize those use cases, and you can start there. And this is really, if you're in a vendor kind of a situation, or if you're in a service kind of a situation or if you're in a startup kind of a situation where you actually want to make inroads and make a real impact, I would say strategize and re-strategize to look at some of the use cases that are really, really low effort and what give you high impact, and then build it up, right? It is a natural tendency for us to go big bang, but as a leader, my recommendation would be to just start small, then you start your implementation, right? You start build faster iterations. I have been in some pilots that take forever, right? Forever. And I feel like, okay, look, it's not good for me. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody. And within an organization itself, it's really not good for anybody. I've seen places where they run production, workloads and laptops, and where they don't have a good mix of what it is. Like, for example, there are things that you can take care of with small language models. You don't need to call an API for that. There are things that you can use Olama, put it on a little, you can build your VM somewhere that can take care of the little embedding AI that you need. So there are lots of variations. A ChatGPT API or a Grok API or a Claude API or any of these other APIs for every one of your needs. Combine them, mix them, talk to your UI AI officer or your AI consultant or architect and figure out hey, why do I need to call this API for translation? Why do I need it for my embeddings? Why do I need this for my, talk to them, challenge them, try to models, with fine-tuned models, or can you build your own models? Do that build versus buy kind of, exercises with your engineering team and so on, right? So there's lots of combinations right now, and especially now it's more like it's a huge, and if you go to a Hugging Face, at some point in time last year when I was talking to my to the cohort, I used to say, oh, now there are some 100,000 models on Hugging Face, and now there's probably, maybe 10 times that. You never know, right? So the final thing is that it's integration and monitoring, right? So most of us think that, okay, look, we get a model and we use those models and it starts working. Unfortunately, in the world of AI, the models change every day. It's non-deterministic. It's it's what do you call, even your own prompt, if it works today and gives you a result, tomorrow it's not going to give you the same result. And this is a fact. If you're using any one of these off-the-shelf models and you're working with them, any engineer knows that today's prompt is not going to work tomorrow. There is a drift. And this drift happens if you have more APIs and if you have more and more complicated systems that you're working with, maybe agentic system, the drift is exponential, right? So it needs constant supervision. So if you're a technical leader thinking about, okay, look, I did it, it works today, your job does not end there. You need to think about how to nurture this puppy, because right now what you've built as a voice bot or your backend AI, your data pipelines, it is a puppy. You need to nurture it. Needs constant supervision. You need to think about a team to put that together to constantly, work on it. So we moved away from, SQL databases, and we moved away from spreadsheets that have some amount of shelf life and constancy. There's absolutely no constancy now if you've already stepped into the realm of AI, right? So again, you can't do that without a team. So you need a team. You've seen this. Now you've seen, there's going to be drift. Then you've got to have a mixture of models. You've got so many variations, and you've got these coefficients with those variables that also keep changing every day. So what do I do? How do I do it, right? So you need to have, generally you think, okay, look, I can get 111 Tendulkars in my team, and I'll win every time, right? So that's not going to work. So, and I know this is going to be some kind of an argumentative saying that if I can bring 11 Dravids to make it work, right? Consistency and so on. So even that's not going to work. You need to make sure that you don't have all PhDs in your squad. You need good data engineers to first sanitize the data. You need good AI architects. Lots of companies, lots of people think, okay, look, I can go to ChatGPT or I can go to Gemini, I can go here, I can find out, it just picks me an architecture, we can make it work. True, but that's not going to happen. It's very important to have your chief AI officers are now adjacent to CTOs, right? You need to have some kind of a chief AI officer, somebody who knows their, pardon my expression here, they should know their shit. They should be able to guide you into knowing what to do, right? Because you need to save costs. We have gone away from a subscription model to pay as you go. One simple mistake, like I did in the past, ended up, me shelving out $80K for Amazon Bedrock. So it can happen to anyone. Forgetful, administrator or DevOps person in your team can ruin the company, right? So there's lots of these kinds of, and you need a domain expert, somebody who really knows what the customer actually wants and what the customer is actually wanting, and to make that prioritization of use cases and kind of get that impact versus effort thing going. So you need a mix of all this. I'm pretty sure most of you know what I'm saying, just like as you know that you need to eat less carbs and exercise more and so on, but yet we don't do it, right? So it's just a shift in thinking, but because AI is a lot more difficult, because you are now like a matador in a bullfight, because it's not going to stop. It's going to complete every minute, right? So it's a cultural shift. Just like we had Agile, and this is another, maybe a philosophical debate that will happen over years, is say Agile, but people don't follow Agile. Agile means no documentation, but Agile ended up having more documentation than your waterfall model. So we've seen that happen. So this is also a cultural shift, right? You need to start thinking about, why do I need AI? How do I do AI? And I'm thinking my framework is actually even more extensive. I've just tried to compress it for this talk, but it's also a cultural shift, right? So it's just like Agile is not about stand-up meetings. AI, 70% of them fail because you are not thinking about it as a culture and you're not doing it like that integration well. And culture always punishes failure, right? And if you don't build AI as a culture, right? Like if you're a CEO who thinks, okay, look, I can buy 300 Copilot licenses and my products will fly off the shelf tomorrow. It's not going to happen, right? So those Copilot licenses are not Rajnikant. It's not going to work, right? So all initiatives will die. So again, governance is a huge thing. Lots of companies are getting sued here. We have seen that happen with Amazon. We have seen that happen with even the big guys, So transparency is another thing. We have ethical AI and responsible AI and so many other AIs that are coming in. It's not a law today, but so many laws are getting into place. And then you have like the calculator, like soft metrics, hard metrics, CSAT scores, and employee burnout. The things that, as a leader, you really need to think about. Naturally, every one of you probably know this, but my strong recommendation is to make it a culture, make it like an exercise. So yes, so I'm just going to go for you. So your Monday morning plan when you get back to office is audit your data. Don't buy a mop, audit it. Understand your knowledge base, structure your whatever. Tag your stuff. And if your humans can't understand it, AI has no chance. Pick one boring small win, and then fix it, get a win, and then start scaling. And this is true. Just like we say that less carbs will help your body, AI is not going to replace humans. So we are not in the place of replacing humans. But I always believe that humans with AI will replace humans without AI, right? So that's pretty much it. You can always reach me on LinkedIn for more questions. I don't know if Sendil has more time for me, but happy to take any questions. Yeah, I can hear you now. Sure. Alrighty. Thank you, Sindel. Thank you so much for this. Hopefully I didn't put people to sleep. Great. Bye.
Thank you, Madan sir, for joining us from all the way from the US. So, moving on to the next speaker. Our speaker brings a global perspective on technology talent and cross-border collaboration. As the CEO and Vice President of Global East Indiaspora, he works at the intersection of innovation ecosystems and global opportunity. In this session, he will share insights on the Indiaspora tech advantages. Please welcome Mr. Sri Kumar Nair.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm just curious, how many of you know Indiaspora or heard about it? I know, except Senthil, I don't think anybody else know it. But first of all, thank you, Senthil. Thank you, Ashok, for inviting me. It's a great opportunity to talk about Indiaspora. We are very passionate about what we are building. So let me tell you in a few words about Indiaspora. Indiaspora was founded in the Bay Area in USA by a gentleman named M.R. Rangaswamy, who is the founder and the chairman, and is a global not-for-profit community of leaders of Indian origin committed to giving back to the society and fostering meaningful engagement with India and the world. It brings together accomplished individuals across business, technology, academia, policy, and philanthropy, creating a trusted platform for collaboration, thought leadership, and collective action. We focus on 5 areas of work: philanthropy and social impact, entrepreneurship and innovation, Indiaspora Next, where we engage with the second, third, fourth generation of the diaspora and connect them back to India as India's stature grows in the world stage. And the fourth one is the Global Connect, where we create platforms to bring together the diaspora community to collaborate, to share, to engage with each other. And we do a little bit of work which we started last year on thought leadership. Our core countries of operations are right now USA, Canada, UK, India, Singapore, UAE, and Australia, with some engagements, I would say, in Africa, mainland Europe, and Caribbean countries. It's a pleasure to speak here about something which is quite deeply personal and profoundly global, the Indiaspora Tech advantage. I say this because many of our members are technology squid, because we were founded in the Bay Area, where every third person you meet is an Indian doing some kind of a tech-related stuff. We often speak about technology as a code, platform, or products, but technology is ultimately about people, those who imagine, build, scale, and govern it. And in that story, the Indian diaspora occupies a very influential position. It is within this context that the Indiaspora Tech advantage becomes uniquely powerful. Across Silicon Valley, London, Singapore, Middle East, Europe, Africa, and beyond, members of Indiaspora are not just participating in global technology ecosystem, many are leading it. As founders, CEOs, investors, researchers, policymakers, and builders, they are shaping the technologies that define our present and our future. This is not a coincidence. It is the outcome of decades of emphasis on education, adaptability, and a willingness to operate across cultures and systems. It is also rooted in something very deep, a mindset that values long-term thinking, problem solving, and community. And today, this advantage matters more than ever. We are living in an era of profound technological disruption, artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure, climate technologies, healthcare innovation, financial inclusion. These are reshaping economies and societies. At the same time, the world is more fragmented, geopolitically, economically, and institutionally. In this complex environment, Indiaspora sits as a very powerful intersection. On one side is India, an emerging technology platform nation. From Aadhaar to UPI to digital governance and population scale innovation, India has demonstrated what inclusive, scalable technology can achieve. On the other side are global markets, capital, research ecosystems, and policy frameworks where Indiaspora is deeply embedded. The Indiaspora Tech advantage lies in the ability to connect these dots or the world. It enables the flow of ideas from India to the world and back again. It translates innovation into impact and ambition into execution. It builds trust in a world where trust is increasingly scarce. But this advantage is not just about economic growth or market access. It is also about responsibility. As technology leaders of Indian origin, there is a growing expectation not just to build successful companies, but to help shape ethical, inclusive, and sustainable systems. To ensure that innovation does not widen divides, but narrows them. To ensure that technology serves society, not the other way around. Encouragingly, we already see this shift taking place. Diaspora-led investments in Indian startups, mentorship of young entrepreneurs, collaboration on AI governance, climate solutions, healthcare access, education, etc., becoming more intentional and impact-driven. There is a clear move from individual success to collective contribution. And the next phase requires us to go further. We must move from episodic engagement to enduring partnerships, from informal networks to structured collaboration, from isolated excellence to ecosystem-level impact. The opportunity before us is to position Indian diaspora not just as a global workforce or leadership pool, but as a global force for innovation and impact, with India as a central anchor. If we harness this moment, With clarity and purpose, the Indiaspora Tech Advantage can help solve some of the world's most pressing challenges while accelerating India's journey as a trusted, technology-driven global partner. That's a promise of this moment, and that's a responsibility we share. Before I close, I want to share that our global forum will be held in Bangalore from the 22nd to the 25th of March. It will be 2 days of the global forum, followed by 1 day of AI summit, all at the Golfshire Prestige outside of the city. And I'll be happy to work with Senthil and Ashok to get some of you or many of you to that event. I think it's going to be a fantastic session, summit in the sense that we'll have several speakers from the US and Singapore, UAE, and India, of course. And I would love to have many of you there. It's going to give you a great perspective on what is happening in the world. My colleague was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, she couldn't come. But at some point, I think we'll have a chance to introduce her to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the valuable session, sir. So now may I please request Sharad, sir, to present the memento. So we have Lingo Analytics for Intelligent Quality Management as a technical breakout session happening in the side hall by Arshad PC, who's the product manager at SandLogic AI, so at 4 o'clock.
We now move on to one of the most anticipated segments of the day, the fireside chat. This session brings together an eminent panel of industry leaders who will share real-world perspectives on the opportunities and challenges in enterprise adoption of voice AI. So, we're really pleased to welcome our analyst,
Mr. Mehul Shah, Elysian Technologies. So he's a seasoned technology leader with over 15 years of experience in building and scaling unified communication and cloud-based solutions for global enterprises. As the CEO of Elysian Tech, he has led the delivery of end-to-end communication platforms, including cloud solutions, smart city deployments, and omni-channel contact center systems, serving customers across multiple geographies. With deep domain expertise in VoIP and enterprise communications, he brings a practical perspective on enabling high-quality, scalable, and cost-effective communication system. So please welcome Mr. Mehul Shah. Fireside.
Okay. Just wait. We'll first arrange. Just give a pause. We have to arrange the chairs.
Okay. So 8.
So, yeah, you can start announcing the name.
Now moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Rakesh Thakur focuses on building practical voice AI that delivers real-world business outcomes. At Winfer, he's developing telephony-native multilingual voice AI for India designed to work reliably in real operating conditions for MSMEs and BFSIs. With prior experience leading to GTM and partnerships for voice-led solutions across multiple industries, he brings a strong perspective on scalable, compliant, and outcome-driven enterprise voice adoption. Please welcome Mr. Rakesh Thakur. Everybody please give a round of applause for Mr. Rakesh Thakur.
So next in line, we have Girish Rao, a seasoned product leader with extensive experience across CPaaS, telecom, and enterprise messaging platforms. Currently serving as Vice President and Product Head at Pinnacle Teleservices, he has led product strategy, global alliances, and large-scale product portfolios across multiple organizations. He brings a strong perspective in product vision, scalability, and enterprise adoption of communication platforms. Please welcome Mr. Girish Rao on stage. Can we please welcome Mr. Mehul Shah from Confluencetech on the stage, please? Sanjay, to the next. He was not there in the
No, no, the other person was there.
Okay. Moving on to the next panelist. Next up we have Abhinav Singh. He's a deeply focused on building problem-solving AI products that automate real-world business flows. He brings a clear, pragmatic perspective on AI adoption, believing that AI does not replace humans, but pushes businesses and individuals to evolve through better outcomes and efficiencies. Please join us on stage to deliver your views on this panel. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Abhinav Singh.
Our next panelist, Sushma Atharaj, brings a strong strategic perspective on business growth, market positioning, and enterprise adoption of emerging technologies. At GenStrat, she works closely with organizations to align strategy, innovation, and execution. We're pleased to have her as part of today's discussion. So please join us on stage with a big round of applause for Ms. Sushma Atharaj.
Our next panelist, Ashwini Pai, brings 18 years of work experience in product development and international business operations. She is a key thought leader and contributor in formulating the strategic goals of the organization. She holds an MBA from Edinburgh University. Please join us on stage and bring a round of applause for Ms. Ashwini Pai.
May we now request Mr. Senthil Kumar, co-founder and CMO of Epicode, as the moderator of the discussion.
That's me.
Everybody, please give a round of applause. Yes, let us now dive into the engaging conversations of how enterprises are navigating voice AI adaptation from Promise. No, the topic itself is navigating voice AI adoption. So the topic of the discussion will be how enterprises are navigating voice AI adoption from promise to practical implementations.
No, you charge him. Don't need video. I'm telling him it's not working. The internet is not there. Okay. Hey, hi. Hello.
Yeah, it's done.
Hello. Thank you. So thanks everybody for forcing me to look out for you, dragging you, and making me do my exercise. Anyway, it's been a very wonderful session. I hope you are enjoying. Are you enjoying? Okay. How was the lunch? Where's the Josh? Okay. I'll just begin by asking a few questions. I have prepared a list of questions. Yeah, you can join, but you have to put the laptop here. It's already there? Just for you. But you have to, no, he's not on call. You ask him, no, tell him it's okay. I told Joseph not to, because the connection is not good. Yeah. Okay, by the way, I'm doing this for the first time, so please excuse my inexperience in conducting a fireside chat without a fire in the back. So anyway, The first question I would like to ask Mehul Shah, who is closest to me. So Mehul, why are enterprises actually adopting voice AI and where?
So there are multiple reasons of adoption of voice AI, right? First thing, they want to basically automate the things which has been done by a human. Now, there are few use cases which are there in the market which voice AI can cater in a much better way. That's the first reason. Second, when those use cases are being done by AI and not the human, there is definitely a cost reduction also in that as well. Apart from that, a lot of automation comes into the picture when the voice AI comes, and a lot of information also catered from the database itself to the customer, which a human is not able to cater and during the point of time. So that's the major reason.
Okay, that's good. So this question is to Rakesh. So Rakesh, just following up with that question, I think you have had the experience of working with large BFSI companies, and you also have the experience of handling huge scale. So in that context, why do you think enterprises should use AI? Is it just to reduce their cost? Because that is the misconception, that there is a misconception that the contact center are expensive, the human agents are expensive because you have to have the infrastructure and all that. So most of the general enterprise means who do not know the technology, the actual use cases, they feel that voice bots is all about replacing human agents to reduce cost. But of course, we being in the industry, we know that is not the reason. So I'm going to give you a hint. I won't tell the name of the end customer, obviously. But I want to ask you, in debt collection, that's what you are doing. Why do companies use bot and how do they use it? Is it just for cost reduction or to reach a huge number of audience? Yeah.
See, cost reduction is not the target. Cost reduction is the byproduct of using voice AI. The most important factor of using voice AI or adoption of voice AI in any of the organizations, especially at scale, as you mentioned, is the speed at which the enterprise can reach out to customers and the coverage. So what happens is, I'll give you, like, there are n number of lending companies in the market, right, but the customers are the same.
Right.
You have the same base of customers.
Right.
So the company which reaches out to those customers first and effectively will win a lion's share. Okay. So this is what voice AI does. It enables 100% coverage or near 100% coverage, and the speed at which it can interact with the customer and get in touch with the customer. So that is the business objective which is being solved. So that is the main reason of this adoption, and cost cutting is obviously an added advantage to it.
Yeah, I would like to add my perspective to it. See, when I asked that question, why should large BFSI or NBFCs adopt voice AI? Not just to replace human agents, but to basically to address a real problem. See, what is the real problem in NBFCs and lending companies today is the number of customers are huge. Because in India, there are large FinServ companies who are giving loans ranging from, say, 5,000 to 50,000 to even a lakh or so. But these loans are small loans given for lower middle class or a particular sector of society who cannot buy their household equipments or their vehicle paying upfront. So they go for these small loans. So what happens is there are millions of customers who take these loans, but every month there is a EMI due. So if you don't remind them, let's say every 10th of every month, if you don't remind them that your payment is due, they invariably forget it, and then the payment gets delayed. Right, Rakesh? So this adds a cost to these BFSI or the fintech companies or the NBFCs because they already operate at low margins. For instance, if they are selling a commodity like a washing machine or a TV set, they are just having a 2% margin. They fund it and then they earn out of the interest. But the interests are very low. So if they miss out the EMIs, it's a big problem. Now, if you want to call these millions of customers every month in the first 3 days, the first week, say 3 to 4 days, you have to have at least how many? 4,000 agents for the first week or so? More than that. So imagine you're going to hire 5,000, 6,000 human agents. You need to have a data center, you need to have a contact center, and then after the follow-ups, they have no work for the rest of the month. So you cannot just fire them. So this is a place where voice bots come into play, where starting 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, they make millions of calls, almost 5 million calls a day, totaling to 50, 60 million calls a month, adding all the NBFCs for one partner. And that's how they remind for payments and get the payments on time. And this is a real problem which has been solved by voice AI without having to replace the human agents, because this use case cannot be addressed by the human agents. So Rakesh, have I summarized it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is, is to Sushma. Okay, from the customer's perspective, what outcomes matter most to enterprises when they come to you and ask you to deploy a voice AI solution? What is the outcomes that they actually want to achieve?
Okay, so there are two phases to this. Before they actually go live, the small things like voice, lag, all of those matters. They say, "Nahi, script ko badal do, you change the script for me." There are multiple iterations. So we say it's a week's development, but usually it takes more than months, 2 months, right? So they say, "Nahi, ye nahi chal raha hai, wo nahi chal raha hai, change this, change that." So post the development, they don't go back and look, okay, my script is fine. So then actual business outcome matters, right? For example, in a collection use case, have they collected the money? Has the customer made the payment? That is the main KRI, right? Now for a healthcare use case, how many appointments have been booked? And for a sales lead generation, how many people have we reached out? That's when scalability matters, right? Are the agents able to work efficiently? That point I think is very important. If we are not replacing, voice agents are not replacing actual agents, they are just making sure that live agents and field agents, their work is being reduced and they can work more efficiently.
Yeah, thanks Sushma. So my next question is to my colleague Ashwini Pai, who is the VP of Alliances and Partnerships. So I'm going to ask a question, I think, specific to our job profile. So Ashwini, when you interact with the partners, in fact, most of the panelists are our partners where they are integrating with our telephony stack. So you are the first point of contact. So what is the commonality when it comes to these interactions? What do you think is the most common problems that they face, and what would be your standpoint from your vantage point, if I may say, that how can you improve the efficiency of that initial engagement so that we can do the POC and try to reduce the go-to-market time? So what is the common problems that you face, and so through this forum you can tell them how we can address that problem?
Thanks, Anil. So, hello everyone. Hope everyone is having a good session here. So what I would say is from the API middleware product company that we are, where we are providing APIs to our partners to build applications, wherein our partners can actually concentrate on creating the AI side of it, where we focus on providing the telephony stack. Because telephony is one such domain which requires a lot of experience in creating a mature telephony stack, which is what Sharad covered in the session that we had in the morning. So basically, what covers a mature telephony stack? What are the different layers that goes in, even just to be able to dial a call? What are the different layers a call goes through? So all that is provided by our telephony stack. So coming to the challenges that we face, most of the time when our partners come to us, they want to be able to add voice to their applications. And voice is something wherein you have to be able to talk to the carriers. Carriers could be the trunk providers and be on one end. And to the other end, the AI applications require the real-time media streaming to be able to process the media streams that come to them and play what needs to be played to the caller and so on. So there are various challenges that come to us because when it comes to POC, as we all know, one call works, two call works perfectly, right? We have seen most of the demos where a single call works effectively, but can it scale? Sushma mentioned about the call volume. Rakesh was also talking about whether it can handle the call volume. So all those are the challenges that we face as a middleware API providers, wherein the scalability aspect, the redundancy, geographical redundancy, and how we can provide all those features to our partners, because they want to be just concentrate on creating the AI applications, wherein we take care of complete voice channel. So that is something as API providers we take care of. So I hope I have addressed some of the challenges.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to it. So as Ashwini mentioned, while we focus on our layer, we would also expect our customers to allocate specific resources during the integration period. The reason is this is not a job which can be done from just one side, and it has to be a continuous process. Like once the integration starts, you need to have a team on the other side, that is the partner side, who can work with our team till that integration is completed. But if you get restless, or let's say in the beginning itself that things are not working in the first week, and you try to go all over the place and then come back after a few months, things are not going to work out. So you need to trust your partner, put up dedicated resources and exchange notes, and please try not to bring ego into it, because we are all engineers. Nobody is trying to prove who is better. Each one is good. That is why we are all here. The problem is not that who is good or who is better. The problem is how do I get the market to pay us. So the only way to get that done is work together and do not get ego in between and focus on your strengths. And this is not a competition. The competition for us is the big market out there. So let us focus on the market. So thanks, Ashwini.
Thanks,
so my next question is to Girish. So Girish, that's an interesting way how we met. Again, thanks to Ashok. So Ashok is ex-OnMobile, Girish is ex-OnMobile, and I think this is a get-together of all ex-OnMobile employees. So I got to know Girish through Ashok, and incidentally, I was very glad that he's part of the CPaaS ecosystem, because I was desperately looking out for CPaaS platforms, platform vendors to collaborate. The reason is we're already started working with voice AI companies, but we know for sure that there's a huge problem with the current CPaaS architecture, because most of them were not built for voice AI. It was built for agent processes. It was built for a PBX or an IVR kind of a use case. So once Pinnacle, we got to know that they are interested to add voice to their existing messaging-based platform. It was very exciting to us. And I want to ask Girish one question about CPaaS. What is Pinnacle's or your strategy as a product head? What is your strategy to add voice, and which is the sector that you're going to focus first, and what are the top priorities that you need to address to start with?
Thanks, Anil. It's a great question. I did not expect that coming if you're asking about the strategy. Yeah, it's a very great question, to be frank. Right? When we talk about strategy, it's a different ballgame altogether, but I'll try to simplify what we want to do with, specifically, right? You clearly mentioned the protocols, right? When we talk about messaging, right, voice comes with a different mix of analogy. Right? Everybody understand. It is just not IP and SIP, right? All other channels, it's so easy for us to stitch the dots, give that experience back either on a WhatsApp or on an RCS. It's very simple and straightforward, right? When we look at voice, because it has evolved so much, the protocols are so unique, stitching it along with the messaging stack, it's not that easy. And now we are getting an AI layer. Now AI layer coming in, ingesting with the stack, is very, very challenging, right? So keeping these limitations, our strategy is that we want to partner someone who can bring that middleware language with us, who has a deep expertise, number one. Number two, what we have seen today in a previous session when Revive was presenting, today we are the only company who basically have 12 state governments under us, right? The reason behind is we are very security concerned. We play on three pillars if you look at it, right? We play heavy on security, compliance, and on IT, right? The guardrails are very, very key when we are serving government entity, because today we touch 1 in 3 every citizens across India. If you want to download a birth certificate, your school certificates, whatever it is, you can just go on the WhatsApp and you can pull the data back, right? It's so simple and seamless, okay? But when it comes at the back end, under technology, it's not that easy. It's very complicated. We are talking to a legacy system which is holding a lot of data, right? So what we believe is in a living, breathing framework is what we follow in our strategy. This living, breathing framework is helping us to go to the market, be there, serve them seamlessly, and make sure that we give that experience. So overall, our strategy is to collaborate with the right vendor, okay? Obviously, there are a lot of guardrails will come in play. And that's where I do see these collaborations are going to be very, very important when we are in fact, we are going global, and it's going to help us very, very huge in our building our overall strategy.
Yeah, thanks, Girish. So, Abhinav Singh is, I think, the youngest CEO sitting on the dais. So, he is a very cool guy, Gen Z, and very soft-spoken, but he means business. So he's obsessed with a specific use case to start with. He has done everything to scale it, and I do not remember how we met, but
on LinkedIn.
Yes, we met on LinkedIn. Thanks to LinkedIn. So we met on LinkedIn, and that lead sort of converted into an actual partnership, and today he is sharing my stage. So LinkedIn works. So this is a testimonial. LinkedIn works. I didn't believe it, but it works. So Abhinav, he's working on can I name the use case? Yeah. So he's working on a lead management platform using voice AI for a car resale company, right? Which is a digital car resale company. Can I mention the name? No, I'll leave it out. Yeah. So what he does, his platform does is they book appointments with the clients, and they have a few questions, and the clients can book their appointment, and then they do the test ride and all the other processes. So, Abhinav, what has been the journey with that? Because I know you started off small. They are a very large company. You are a startup. You're pretty young. How did you gain that trust? Did they actually like you as a person, or they liked your technology, or both? So what is the secret?
Thank you so much, Sendil. Hi everyone. What they liked, I think that was the team and the speed at which we actually deliver results. As Sushma was telling, to take any use case live, we are seeing it going live in 1 day today, but 6 months ago, it was like months of processes. That big company was earlier using a very big name in voice AI, legacy company. They were actually dreaded with them for around 3 months, not being able to take things to production. What their ask was, they wanted to match the human conversion rates. They didn't want to just scale voice AI just because it's cheaper. They wanted to maintain the conversion rates that they were getting. We started the pilot through a mutual connect. We never did marketing. We never did sales. We just it was just word of mouth. We went into their offices, and on the very first day when we were doing that meeting, we delivered the first version of that voice bot. It was not great. We tried with 10 leads, 0 conversions on the first day. The next day happened. Next day we again went to their offices, sat with them, like Sushma said, what's not working, listen to production calls. And day by day, our conversions started to increase. And within 1.5 weeks, we surpassed the conversions that legacy company was having with them. they were working with them for 3 months. So that was just a point, and today our conversions is like 1.5x more than that. but yeah, we developed this framework of actually implementing forward deployed engineering into a company, where you not only have a product, but you customize it for a specific use case and a specific client. You sit with them, their calling agents, their operation agents, ask them what is something that should be included in the bot, should be removed in the bot. How do you not make it feel robotic? There are certain things that you can do. And the one learning that I had is conversions is not the main goal on call. The completion of the service. Let's suppose you book an appointment of, let's suppose, a car inspection, let's suppose. If your bot is booking 2x the appointments, but the completions are not happening at real time in world, there's no point of booking that.
Okay, thanks.
So,
You done?
yeah, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, so thanks, Abhinav. I'm going to follow up. I have a follow-up question, a quick one. So from the enterprise perspective, how do they measure ROI? For instance, VoiceBot is a new technology. They were happy with IVR, and in the last few years, everybody has even many of even the large operators and large companies have sort of made sure that we don't reach their human agent at all. They just make us go around in the IVR. No matter how many buttons you press and how many smart strategies you use, you never reach a human agent. And they're forcing you to go to the apps, right? So whatever the chatbot says, you have to manage with that. And sometimes they upgrade the questions, and you don't have, for instance, I have a service provider who has given me both a landline and a broadband. So my broadband works normally, but the landline goes down. When I go to the chat, I can only complain about broadband. So they have forgotten that they are giving a landline service. It's a very big company. They don't have any category where I can only choose landline. So now what I do, I lodge a fake complaint that my broadband is not working. But again, they become smarter. They do a remote check and they say it's working. So my landline was dead for almost 4 months. And I don't know how I got it back. I think they just made it work after some time. So there is no way I could reach them out. So I think voice AI can sort of solve it. Again, we can have go back to the voice first strategy. But enterprises, how do they measure ROI if they want to deploy voice AI? Because it involves certain costs. So how do they measure it?
So as I was talking about completions, whatever the goal of the agent was, either to book an appointment, schedule it, they measure it by completions.
Okay.
And incremental completion is also one thing. Let's suppose there was some leads jahan pe humans were never calling. Is an AI able to convert these kind of leads? Earlier, jahan pe pehle sirf IVR chalta tha, ab wahan pe hum voice bot chala sakte hain. But IVR just costs in paisa. Right. Voice bot is in is in rupees.
Yes.
Can it generate an ROI for the money that we are paying? This is number one. One more thing, that is the shared context, which you were saying ki aapka line kharab tha, you couldn't get hold of them. Shared context across call, across WhatsApp, across SMS, across the CRMs, where it not only knows if a customer is a premium customer or not, it can also interact and change certain fields. And this is where forward deployed engineering comes, where we sit with the customer, we consult them, how you can actually transform your whole CRM, call, WhatsApp, SMS, and your human agent interaction, how your human agents actually work alongside bots. So this is something which I think is something we can actually think in the future, that systems are going to be integrated, there be a shared context, and the company which captures that shared context will win.
Thanks, Abhinav. This is a question to Girish. So, Girish, I know for a fact that Pinnacle today is the majority of your customers are in the government sector across India, PSUs, I guess, and all the large government organizations. So, what is their perspective in the sense, have they asked you about the deployment of voice AI, voice bots for some of these schemes, large schemes that government announces, and they need to reach out to a different, huge, varied demography in different languages? Is there any initiative from the government, or is Pinnacle taking these ideas? I just wanted to know your perspective.
So firstly, Pinnacle has 22,000 active customers on our platform, right? We are heavy both on government plus large and mid and then SMBs. And we also have large aggregators, okay, customers on our platform. We in fact initiated AI 2 years back. We started our journey, we piloted, we showed the demo. What's happening today is there is they have discovered, in fact, most of our government enterprise know, they have discovered that there is a widening gap between how the AIs are performing on the benchmarks and how it is performing in the runtime systems, right? That's where the real play. For us this year, we are focusing on the business outcome, that how can we really give that business outcome by enabling that AI, right, into the real systems. That's the key play for us, what we are really looking. Yes, today, most of the governments or most of the large enterprise where we are serving, right, the way we are evolving is an omni-channel stack, right? So every customers want to put their marketing budget, okay, on the channel which is performing, as Abhinav clearly mentioned it, right? The CAC has been very, very key for us as well today, right? So the entire marketing budget, they do the valuations, right? Which channel is actually giving us a better CAC, right? Whether it's ad channel or a communication channels. In last couple of years, WhatsApp has actually played a very important role, right? Earlier, the CAC was 1,600 or 1,500 on the ads. Today, it is reduced to 600 rupees, right? That's where the voice is also coming in play. And
one question follow-up. What about this WhatsApp for Business voice that has been launched recently? Since you are already a WhatsApp partner, and I'm sure all the customers are asking, voice kab dega? So what is the number of queries you get on that? Any idea?
We are already live on WhatsApp, WhatsApp voice. So every message today works on a template as we speak, right? Meta has launched a WhatsApp voice where at the back end they are sitting, probably we can bring in an EC provider or a WebRTC provider. That's where you bring in the capabilities, right? And in fact, we are live, to be frank. Right? Most of the customers, especially Bajaj Booking, whatever you're talking about, right? Where the depth refunds collections, the policy refunds are happening on the real-time basis, right? Very interesting point. Today, AI, what they're expecting is they're not expecting 70-80% of the outcome. They're expecting the 100% of the outcome, because channels today is so easy. The way I am talking to you personally, right? User is expecting a brand to talk similarly in the same language. They don't have the patience, and you've been calling out, they don't have the patience, right? Which means for us, it's very, very, very critical for me to give that experience out there, right? So that's where we do see this voice is going to be a key differentiator, because most of them, even the urban and the rural, which you're mentioning in the morning, right? Everybody, it is simplified for everyone. It is not only for the literate, right? It is going to be simplified. We feel a click of a button in where they can go, have the intent, right? Have the right language and have the right consistency, right? This is going to win, and that's where we are going to play a larger role.
Okay, thanks, Girish. Okay, this question is to Sushma. Sushma, what is the biggest misconception about voice AI when you interact with customers? Like when you go and pitch voice AI, what are the misconceptions they normally have, and how do you address those?
Okay. The first very common assumption what they have, it's that it's going to be a human, right? It's going to talk like a human, walk like a human, work like a human. But that's not the case, right? There are voice AI before 4 years, and now there is lot of development, but there's lot of evolvement. But It cannot match a human's output, right? It can just support humans do work better. So how do we convince them? We have to make our KPIs straight. Okay. I'm not here to build a human agent. I'm here to solve a business problem, and it is through an orchestration platform. So, right, it's just not voice. We have to give them a strategy to solve the end use case.
Okay, great. So now my question is to Mehul. Again, I'm going to bother you about the 160 regulation because I think he is the guy who is having the most information about that. So about this new regulation by DOT that for transactional calls you have to use 160. Of course, in your session you answered how to get it. But I want to understand on the effect of that on the business conversions or the connect rate. Suddenly when companies like Bajaj Finserv or Tata Capital or all these NBFCs shift to 160 or even the banks shift to 160, if the connect rate drops, how are the banks going to come up with a strategy and what is the effect? So end of the day, that 160, if they're going to reduce the connect rate by 1/4, let's say, then it is going to affect both the banks deploying voice AI as well as the vendors. So how are we going to address this? Are the enterprises pushing back this new regulation, or they will be forced to comply, or is there going to be a middle ground?
160 implementation is majorly for a security of a citizen. Nowadays, there has been a lot of fraud happening in a country. And to safeguard that fraud, government has came up with a option of dialing any kind of a banking transaction call via 160. Yes, definitely there will be an impact on a connectivity part. But that impact can be resolved in a very smarter way. First of all, we need to educate the citizen as well. That boss, if 160 calls are coming, do pick up. It is just for your good welfare only. Because you have done some transaction in a bank, there is some information which your lending vendor wants to convey you, they want to talk to you, and that's the reason this particular thing has been implemented. So once this education has been passed on to the citizen, this will give a good effect. Second thing, to increase the connectivity, companies can also adhere to multi-channel as well. So let's say, for example, before you make a call, you just message or you just WhatsApp to a customer saying that you will be getting a call from our side from this particular number.
For this reason also.
For this purpose, right? So that will also value add, and that will also gain the connectivity. But yes, if we will blindly follow this particular thing and will not strategize the thing, definitely it will impact on the connectivity part.
Yeah, that's why I asked you this question. So now the final question is to my first friend in the voice AI domain, Rakesh, business friend. I think he's the first guy I met who spent some time explaining what it was. I think it was in 2022 in the Voice Tech Summit in Bangalore, which is at Sheraton Hotel. Sheraton. And I went there after COVID. I told Sharath that look, I'm sitting in the house. The entire 2021 is gone. And how do I do sales? So I said, I cannot sit at home, so I'm going out. I saw this forum and it was pretty expensive, 10,000 or 20,000 just for entry. So I said, it's okay. I think I took Dwarak along with me it's a 2-day session. So once I went there and saw all these, it was similar booths we had, then I felt scared or probably shocked. I took a few demos and a lot of new companies about whom I had never heard before. Unifor, Skate, Elo.ai and Gani and so many new companies. And suddenly I saw that our good old IVR has been replaced by voice bots, and we are still stuck with IVRs. I didn't understand what's going on and how come we did not get into this. Then I said, is there a role of telephony and all that? So first day, it went over my head. And second day, Dwarak decided he'll not come. I'm sure it went over his head too. So, but when I went home, I couldn't sort of sleep that night because I mean, I've been in telephony for all my life, and I felt out of place suddenly in that forum. But I sort of went through a few things on the net, and next day I knew what to ask. So that's when I realized the role of telephony in voice AI. When I spoke to a lot of these big startups, they asked a few questions which are so basic for us, like, will DTMF work over WebSockets? Or they're saying we will use MRCP, which we know it's a dead protocol. And then they said, how do we handle interrupts? I mean, it was like, oh my God. Then I called Sharath and I explained this and said, okay, these are all things we have been doing. And that's how we came out with the product. And Rakesh was the only guy who was in the same age group as me. And he, none of the others were giving any bhav to me. I said, ये तो कोई तो senior बंदा है, इसको कुछ नहीं आता है, अभी भी IVR में deal कर रहा है. But Rakesh sort of, I mean, he was also feeling out of place, I guess. Then, so that's how I connected with Rakesh, and after that we did a lot of work together. So the final question is for Rakesh to introducing Epicode into this world of voice AI. Okay, what is the final question? Where do you see voice AI in the next 3 to 5 years?
Again, I'll go back to 2022 when in that Voice Tech Summit. At that point of time, voice AI was just starting to be accepted by the enterprises. In 2020, 2020 saw the initial push of voice AI because of the restrictions imposed due to COVID and the remote. So, but that push got stopped at that point of time. It did not flourish into a full-fledged deployment of voice.
It was the NLP based.
Yeah, NLP based. So when we used to go to clients and talk to them regarding this AI solution, it never used to, like, we used to face a lot of challenges. No. Oh, mic, I have to put close.
I thought you
I didn't want it to boom around, so that's why okay. So a lot of challenges in selling the voice AI, which now is not a challenge at all. So in the 3 years, since 22 to 26, this is not a challenge. So what I foresee in next 3 to 5 years, the current tasks which the AI agents are doing for the enterprises, the adoption we have, that is gonna grow manifold. So instead of AI agents doing just certain tasks being the force multipliers to human agents, 3 to 5 years down the line, the AI agents will become the front agents. They will do the entire sales, that collection, that entire calling journey will be done by voice AI, and humans will move on to the more complex tasks which needs humans to solve and which AI will not be able to solve, because AI is always improving, and when AI is improving, the humans are also improving.
Correct.
So AI will always be catch up.
Correct. So I think that sums it up. Thanks a lot for joining me, and it has been a wonderful session till now, and we should be in touch. And I think we have to work together. The market is sort of opening up now, and if we survive, whoever survives for the next 2-3 years really have a bright future in this domain. And I hope to see you very soon in future events. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Next session.
She has a question for you.
Yeah. What? You want to?
You want to be in touch with only Rakesh or all of us?
Well, everybody, of course. Why only Rakesh?
Because you only looked at him.
Oh, no. Okay, so what we can do is, photo session, please. So you announce the Q&A. Vishnu, where is it on?
Sharat Shetty, Vinit Shetty.
So, all right, everyone, it's time for a very engaging part of today's program. So, it is our interactive Q&A session. So, for this, we are joined by a powerhouse panel of industry leaders, Mr. Sharat Shetty, CEO, Epicode.
Please give a round of applause to Mr. Sharat Shetty.
Gunasheelan, Chief Business Officer, Pinnacle. Can we have the round of applause a bit louder, please? Vinit Shetty, Pre-Sales, Tethify. So now we want you to be part of the conversation. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So actually, Vinit Nayak was supposed to take part, but he had to go back to his hometown. So Vinit Shetty is joining he's replaced him. Please take your seat. So I will ask a few questions from my side, and then the audience can ask questions. So it's an open forum. Please interact. You can interact with our panelists. Okay, the first question is to Guna. Mike. So Guna, now we know we have been having very interesting conversations, and Pinnacle wants to add voice. You have a huge customer base, partner base, and obviously a very big budget, I hope. And you have hired new sales teams and promotional the marketing teams. So you are geared up for introducing voice in a big way. What is your overall sales strategy? Two things. One, to educate or upsell to your existing customer base, and two, to acquire new customers while competing with the well-established CPaaS players in the market.
Yeah, Sandil, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I heard in the morning somebody in the first session said that voice is like I am back, or it's like voice is again repeating after the history is getting repeated after a long journey, right? So definitely when telecom boomed in India, okay, voice is the only channel which was a communication piece of it. Then email, SMS was there, but still enterprise was predominantly depending on voice. And when it was always one-way communication, right? People, it was for a brand to communicate to their customer, it was just a one-way push, either SMS or a voice call. But the country is evolving and the technology is evolving. It's no longer just one-way communication; it's an interaction right now, right? And it's more of personalized communication. So every channel, okay, you talk about SMS, WhatsApp, RCS, voice. Voice, before voice could take a seat, RCS and WhatsApp had actually, taken a big seat on, enterprise communication, right? They took the complete market. Now, when I see voice is also getting geared up, I'll just quickly give you an incident. 6-7 years back, when I was in Hong Kong, I was taking a metro to an outskirt. Okay, metro is they were calling it as MTR or something like that. Okay, mass, transit railways. Okay, so I was very curiously I was seeing a young guy, who was sitting opposite to me, picking up his phone and It was WeChat, I believe. I don't think WhatsApp was there in China. He was just, he opened up his noodles box and he was having his noodles very coolly. And the train was going at a 200 kilometer speed, right? He was having his noodles and he was just doing a voice recording and sending it back. He kept the phone and then he started having his noodles and he got a reply. He then picked up, heard. It was like a 10-15 minutes I was observing this and I wanted to strike a conversation with him. I was very curious to know what is he doing. If he's talking to his girlfriend or his friend, he could have very well pick up a phone and call. Why did he choose? I didn't see this pattern in India. 7-8 years back, I don't see this. Because WhatsApp was just evolving and people were not using voice to that extent. I asked him, what are you doing? He said he is an young chap, right? He was saying that there was a issue in his household, some appliance. He's talking to his brand, registering a complaint. Okay, he was doing a customer care call on a voice note. Then the bot is responding to them. Okay, on a voice call, he was hearing it back and then responding it. So today in India, after 8 years, which I saw today, India is at that stage. The brands are actually looking at giving the experience to the customers. It is no longer just a one-way communication or it's like customer experiences, how the customer feels about the brand. That's the whole picture, right?
That's how you differentiate and get that competitive advantage.
Yeah, so voice is really, really going to take a bigger seat. And I see a larger advantage for companies like us. We are completely invested to scale up the, as Girish was saying, we are having already 22,000 customers live on our platform, SMS, WhatsApp. Wow. So we want to just go and tell them that, boss, I have a voice AI element is today a key buzzword, right? So I'm just going to, tell my customer that, boss, I have a voice element added to it, AI element added to my voice services. And that's how my cross-sell is going to happen.
Excellent. Thanks, Guna. So I'm going to open up the session to the audience. You've been listening, just like I don't want to have a one-way communication. So Guna has given me a cue. It has to be two-way communication. So anybody, yes. Please introduce yourself and then target your question to the panelists.
Thanks, Sandil, for this event. Really helpful. This is Sharath here. I'm from Trigent. One of my questions is, we have been talking about the voice AI, and there is a recent edge AI is evolving, right? We have a edge AI ecosystem is building. I saw Sharath was mentioning about the network system and all those stuff on the cloud and stuff, how it is working. How voice AI is evolving to meet the edge AI evaluation?
Yeah, basically edge AI, when you talk about it, you're talking about using your local computing power, not cloud. Because there is no need to make cloud platform richer than they deserve to be. For example, these days many have discovered accidentally that if you make use of Mac Mini Pro, the latest with the M4 chips, they can handle a decent amount of call volumes by themselves.
Right.
Like just a couple of days back, I saw that one person had stacked multiple, Mac Mini Pro with the M4 chips, and he was able to get 25 calls per, sessions per device. So if you just stack a few of them, it may be able to handle your internal requirements without ever going to the cloud. Of course, you need to, locally host the LLM models, and you can tweak it, and it can be your private, instance. So you do not have to worry about your data going out into the cloud, and you'll satisfy most of the, the data protection, requirements like DPDP, or I think European have their own, what is that? The GDPR. or HIPAA in US. So you'll be able to satisfy them by using edge computing.
Okay, thanks a lot. Anybody else? Yes, please. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Hi, myself Param Krishna. I work at Pinnacle Teleservices. My question is to Gunasilan sir. So we are currently providing omni-channel platforms for all communication channels. How about including voice in that? And one of other question is, as it is the customers receive these messages, WhatsApp messages, SMS, RCS messages from us, and having another channel added to that, how is it going to change and make that impact on the customer without disturbing the customer's time, etc.?
Yeah, Param, see, look, today, as I was telling, it's no longer a one-way communication, right? It's always a conversation. Customer expects to interact with the brands, right? And brand is wanting to, the customer experience for the brand is basically, how customer feels about them, right? So they have to be available on whatever channel customers are available, right? If today the audience are available at voice, AI, or any WhatsApp or Insta, the brand has to be reaching out to them on where they are available, right? Only then the interaction becomes very effective. So there is a very emerging audience coming up, you all know, right? I think many of you also, I think the Gen Z is one audience base, right? It's really, going to change the landscape of retail industry, right? It is already changing the digital landscape. And, very interestingly, very traditional old industry, alcohol industry is going to decline, right? Because Gen Zs choose not to drink. Okay, that's a bigger audience base which is evolving. So you need to know your audience, and wherever they are available and whatever, what is the context, you are going to talk to them, be it SMS, WhatsApp or RCS or voice or any other channel which your audience base is going to be available and wanting to talk, you should be, ready with that. So definitely Pinnacle will be ready for voice.
Thanks. Yeah, we have the question from the gentleman.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Dheeraj. So my company is into CRM and the automation. So my question here is that lot of voice AI solutions are here, right? So everyone is making this voice AI, and I have lot of case studies as well, use cases as well, in which a college intern already created this voice AI, right? So on one side, we all are creating industry-wise use cases. On second side, this OpenAI, Gemini, NVIDIA, they are also making voice-to-voice services, and I think we are not in the situation to compete with them. So now the question is that what is the future of this voice AI? If we are going to compete with them, we are taking along with them, and how we are taking the Chinese open source system?
Yeah, I think Sharath would be the right person to answer that.
I think our IT minister answered this question a couple of days ago in Davos, right? I don't know how many people have seen this, but he did answer this. It's not about whether you have your huge model, because what he said was, if you invest a lot of money to create a model, yes, you have a great model, but the question is, are you generating any ROI out of it? Okay. Like, for example, that other gentleman talked about edge computing, right? Where we talked about how we don't want the data to go out into the cloud. Instead, process it locally using powerful, ARM processor, which are in Mac machines, right? Similarly, when you talk about whether we have models, right? There are a lot of open source models you can, download and train. The question is whether you have the computing, power. And that is what the minister, discussed, that we already have, I think about 38,000 H100 NVIDIA chips, which they are going to, install in India and make it available so that people can host their models locally and not worry about sending it across to the other countries. Okay. See, what DeepSeek showed us that you can always improve upon existing models and then become independent of those models. For example, again, there is a difference in training a model and using it for inference, right? When you talk about GPUs, you need GPUs the most for training. But inferences, the GPU requirement is not that high. You can use, edge computing for that. So you can use the, GPUs for training and use the, lesser powered edge computing for inferences. So we won't be exactly, enslaved to, American companies, American big tech at the rate we are going. Because we can just use, and plus in India they are already creating many models, and I agree with the minister who he said that we are focusing on creating ROI rather than trying to compete in the who has the bigger model contest.
Yeah, the vanity.
Yeah, I think you had a follow-up question.
Yeah. So again, sorry again. So my question here is that if let's say we are creating voice AI, we are creating voice AI on any LLM, right?
Yeah.
On any LLM.
Mm-hmm.
Parallelly, Google launched Gemini conversational API. OpenAI launched Whisper. NVIDIA also launched. Then Voxter launched. Chinese company launched. Mistral launched Voxter a product. So today, without any LLM, we are not in the situation to compete with them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if we are, nowadays, we all are creating a wrapper on their LLMs. Right? If they are also coming with in the same thing, they are also coming, we are also creating wrappers on them. So how we will able to compete with them? That is my question.
First of all, when we say that we are using their, LLMs, but are we paying for their real cost? No. If you actually look at they are right now, all the big tech companies are heavily subsidizing our usage. When we say, I was just telling someone today that when you create a solution, make sure that your input costs are, are lesser, is smaller than your selling cost. Very basic economics. But this is an economics which none of the big tech are following. Right? They are spending in hundreds of billions while making not even 1/10 in ROI. In fact, they are round tripping. They're just passing the money around right now. I think that's well known by now, right? They're basically paying each other and claiming they're having revenue. But if you really look at it, in fact, a couple of minutes ago, Sam Altman was asked this question that he has committed to spend more than $1 trillion in investments, while his revenue is around 13 billion. So he was asked, so how do you, justify this? His answer was, okay, if you don't like to own your, OpenAI shares, I can, I have buyers. That's not an answer. Even they have no idea. They right now, they have developed a technology. If they try to sell it, make ROI, there will be no customers. Right now, they're only having customers because they're, selling at 1/10 the cost. So I am not sure where this is going. Okay. So when right now they are totally, subsidizing the entire world. So when we say that, how can we compete with them? Yeah, we can't compete with them in burning money. But how long they can continue to burn money, I'm not sure. So this is, you can say this is a paradox for now, which is why we are saying, like the, Ashwini minister, what he said in Davos, that we are focusing on doing business and generating ROI rather than burning money. So this is not a head-to-head competition as far as I'm concerned, because I don't want to be in a situation where, like, okay, can I burn as much money as those guys? No, we can't, and we won't. Why should we? Let's just watch and see what happens.
Yeah, I would like to add to this from the business perspective, giving an analogy in other industries. Now you take phones. What happened when the new smartphones came? You had these Chinese vendors came, and then you had, of course, the Apples and the Android, and then you had some Indian vendors who came, but they couldn't compete. See, end of the day, the same thing is going to happen in this domain. This is an initial phase where there's a lot of buzz. As you said, there's a lot of burning of money because they can afford to do it. But eventually, money and resources are not unlimited. It has to stop. And most of those guys will stop, will just go away. For instance, even, Apple, being such a big tech company, they don't have a AI play like the Google and Perplexity. They obviously tried to do it. A company like Apple, which was the first $1 trillion company, when they couldn't compete. So why are you worried? You are at the same league as Apple. You also do not know how to compete. So the point I'm trying to make is, this is not going to go on forever. Some of them will die off. Eventually, as Indian companies, we will have to find our place in that stack. So when Android phones came, the Indian companies developed device drivers. They developed a lot of like the OS device drivers from Apple and Windows, and then we developed apps which work on the Play Store, and we made money. Now you will have to focus on the voice AI application, which the Googles and Amazons cannot do because they do not know how to cater to the Indian market, because that is not something which you can buy with money. So some of these platforms will become big. Indian startups will find their own niche, and eventually this technology will evolve. And if it doesn't see ROI, then we are in trouble. But I think at some point there will be ROI and things will settle down. Yashat, you want to add something?
Yeah, a couple of points. We all know that NVIDIA has become a $5 trillion company in market cap. Why? Because they showed huge revenue by shipping about 6 million chips. Except people did some calculation and figured out that there isn't enough power in all of United States to power those 6 million chips. So where are they? They must be sitting in some warehouse. And by the time the power infrastructure is built to connect those chips will be too old. Okay. So as a result, people are a lot of predicting that there is going to be a big, correction, and AI bubble may burst and all that. So I think that famous investor, Michael Burry from that movie Big Shot, right? He has, he has hedged a bet, right? I mean, he has shorted NVIDIA because of that reason. So there are a lot of things happening. I mean, economics of this whole thing is a big question mark.
Yes. So let's wait and watch. So your short-term goal is stay in the business till it settles down. Okay. Now I would like to pose a question to Vineet. I mean, Vineet was trained by Sharath. How many years ago? 10 years ago. So I had the opportunity of working with Vineet when he was a young guy. And once we sent him on site, he had never left Manipal. And then there was this very large BPO. And we were facing some big issues. And we had to dose the fire. So we sent Vineet. He was the Bakra. So we sent him, and he goes there. The customer literally harasses him because I think it was in Delhi, Mumbai. Yeah, Mumbai. And our chap is from Udupi, Manipal, College Town, having fun, well protected by the Sharath and seniors. Nobody raises the voice against him, and he's like, cool, wow, he thought this is life. And then he goes to Mumbai, and this like, literally show him the real world. And he said, Sandil, I want to come back. And finally, I said, okay, come back. He was there for a few weeks or something, 2 weeks. The issue was not getting resolved, but he came back, and the next day the issue got resolved. So I said, see, if it had stayed one more day, the credit would have gone to you. So anyway, so I would like to ask Vineet one question, since he is catering to the customers in Singapore, Southeast Asia. So Vineet, what is the adoption rate of voice AI in the Southeast Asia region, as against in India it's happening, we know, and what are their expectations? Are they ready to pay for it? In India, they are still haggling over price. We are still not making enough money to feed the entire the value chain. But in Singapore, is money a challenge, or they have some other issues?
I think basically some of our customers, they want to explore all these options. They want to get into the voice AI industry. Again, it's the trend, the buzzword that everyone is really interested in, and people want to do POCs and all that. But when it comes to money, it's all about they want to try it out, figure it out, and then once they see end-to-end the solution, they want to see how they can reduce cost. And the bigger challenge is, like Sharath addressed already, they want it to be in-house. They do not want the data to go to the outside world. So that becomes the more bigger challenge, more than the cost itself. So they want even the LLMs to be basically locally trained and maintained locally, so that all their data can be fetched internally and it can be reached out there. So they're interested, but the adoption rate, it's more about whether you can end-to-end fulfill the challenge of keeping the data protected completely and so on. So that's mainly the challenge over there.
Excellent. So any more questions from the audience? Yeah. Next.
Hi, I'm Vinuta. I'm a project manager. So I have a question which goes straight to Vineet Shetty. I have 3 questions. First one is, what is your primary focus in Tetherify? And second one, since we have already started talking about Edge AI, can you give me more information about the Edge AI that you guys are working at Tetherify? And third question, I'll ask it later. Yeah, I'll keep it for later.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to Edge AI, so basically at Tetherify back in 2020 with the onset of COVID is when we got into the Edge AI concept itself, right? So basically back in 2020 when COVID had hit and everyone was forced to start working from home, that's where we actually got a product developed which takes care of the compliance part. So especially in the contact centers when the agents are working, there are supervisors who are sitting in a bay, they are monitoring 10 agents, they are looking at the clean desk policy, they are looking at the agent is not misusing the data he or she has access to, etc. So when COVID was hit and everyone was forced to work from home, so how do you take care of this? How do you ensure that the agent, when he is working from home, there was technology well in place to take care of, handle these calls by the agent from home itself, but how do you ensure that the user is not going to misuse the data? So that is where we actually got into this and we came up with the Edge AI concept. We basically launched a solution called as Secure Work from Home, which was basically doing exactly what the supervisor at the bay in the contact center does. So in this case, even the supervisor is sitting somewhere remotely at his home. So the main reason was to ensure that if Vineet Shetty is the authorized user to be using the desktop that is given and handle the customer data, talk to the customers on the other side, chat with the customers on the other side, how does the contact center management and the supervisor ensure that it is me who is sitting and handling those calls? So what if, just for the sake of attendance sake, I just log in for the day and I swap seats with my brother at home or somebody else sits and just moves the mouse around? How do you take care of that? How do you take care that the customer data is secure? So that's where we brought in a solution called as Secure Work from Home, which just did exactly what the supervisor monitoring the bay does. So it comes up when the user brings up the system at the start of the day, and it does a facial authentication to actually basically check whether it is the authorized user sitting in front of system, and it's not just the first time during the login at the day. It's something that's continuously happening. It's a simple, small solution just using the camera device on the user PC, and it's continuously monitoring whether it's the authorized user sitting there, whether somebody is trying to peep in, whether the agent is trying to pull up his mobile phone and click a picture of the customer data. In such violation cases, the solution has the capability to identify, block the user screen, report to the supervisor remotely, along with proofs and so on. So that's how the solution was born. And off late, again, the remote work from home is going around and so on. But what we are doing is we are also adding the voice AI solution and the capability into the same solution that we had brought in for the secure work from home. So that's mainly about it.
Thank you.
We are running out of time. So I'll allow one last question. Hidayat.
Hello everyone, my name is Hidayat. So I have a question for Mr. Sharad. So we have been discussing about edge infra and cloud infra. So down the line, which one do you think which is more cheaper for an organization like us who wants to introduce voice services? Will it be an edge infra that will help us to optimize the cost, or should we look for cloud infra? Because now you said that cloud infra is whatever the services, AI services that we are rendering, it's 1/10 of the cost that they're actually incurring. So how do you think, what will be the future?
Yeah, you're saying once they start charging what it really,
So should we start?
Once they try to do profit, you mean?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah, so see, when you're talking about models, right? When you use LLMs, what happens? You're working with a huge model which can, which knows everything, and then you're giving a prompt to limit it to a certain context, right? Instead, you can use a smaller model which is trained specifically on your requirement. Then it can run on a much smaller hardware. What we call as instead of a LLM, you call a SLM. So SLMs will solve they are very task oriented. They'll only solve one particular problem. If you ask about Trump, it's not going to answer. Okay, even without the prompt. Okay, because it's only designed for that particular thing. So then, I think that is where edge computing is mostly moving towards, where you'll use a SLM, specific task oriented, which can run on a much smaller CPU. In fact, you don't need a GPU. You can probably run on a CPU, and it'll turn out to be much cheaper. Because if you're going to ask about a specific subject all the time, why do you want to use a generic LLM which can handle everything under the sun? And that too, which requires a GPU to do it in the cloud. So that's a direction I think it will go for, for the case you mentioned. Yes, I think that's the last question.
Yeah, so I'm not asking any question. I'm just saying that I agree that no one knows the future of the voice AI. But one thing, based on my experience, I just want to share is, so with the voice AI, because I am also selling this voice AI only. So sales mein we have got the nirvana, because every customer, everyone is looking for the voice AI. मतलब sales में इससे बढ़िया मौका कभी जिंदगी में मिला नहीं था. No one, from 1st January to 11th of January, we have closed 11 orders for the voice AI only. So I think this is the best time period for the voice AI. That is from my side.
Yeah, especially when cloud platforms are not trying to make money. They have subsidized the cost a lot, so we can make money at this time.
So thanks a lot, Sharad, Guna, Vineet. It was a great session, I hope. So now we need a coffee break. सर दर्द हो रहा है, voice AI सुन के थोड़ा चाय हो जाए. Then you'll come back. We have a very important, since you guys have all been patient, I will give you a chance to win superb prizes, smartwatches, and what is that? Earphones, wireless earphones. So we have a quiz competition, first a lottery, and then we have a quiz competition. So please have your tea, and when you come back, please submit the feedback forms and that slip for the lottery. Okay? So see you back in about 10-15 minutes.
Chalo, let's have a coffee break. Further, voice AI, voice AI. I'll keep it here. Thanks, man. I think,
This session could have continued for another 15 minutes.
ಇನ್ನೂ ಯಾರು
So many.
ನೀ ಹುಡುಗ ನೀ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಪಾವ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಲೆನೋವು ನೀ ಹೇಳೋ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ
Everyone, please kindly get inside. We're gonna go ahead with our final session. Please come inside and fill the feedback form. Everyone, please kindly come inside. Requesting all to settle down. We'll be moving ahead with our final session. Yeah.
Nandeli. A final call to settle down before we move ahead. So before we go to the lucky draw, I'd like to request Mr. Sendil Kumar sir to come onto the stage and present the memento to the panelists of Fireside Chat and Q&A session, starting from Mr. Mehul Shah, Elysian Tech. Mr. Mehul Shah, Elysian Tech.
Mr. Rakesh Thakur Winfer.
Mr. Girish Rao from Pinnacle.
Mr. Abhinav Singh Kolkaro.
Mr. Madan Rangaswamy.
Ms. Sushma Athuraj Genstart.
Ms. Ashwini Pai Epicode. And Mr. Raja from Prodloop.
The Q&A panelists, Mr. Sharat Shetty, CEO Epicode.
Mr. Gunashilan, Chief Business Officer from Pinnacle.
Mr. Vineet Shetty, Pre-Sale Tetherfy. Everybody, please give a round of applause to our panelists.
Mr. Mehul Shah, Confluencetech.
Everybody, please stand on the stage for a picture. Everybody, please give a round of applause for our panelists for Q&A and fireside chat.
Now may I request Ms. Jyotsna on the stage for the quiz.
Okay, moving on to the next session, or should I say the final session. That's the lottery and the quiz session. This session is it's not for sponsors and exhibitors, it's only for the delegates to participate. What we're going to do is, we're going to pick 3 chits from the bowl. It's going to be a lucky draw. The contestants this chit has been picked up should come on stage. They're going to be quizzed. Based on that, they're going to be allotted prizes based on how many points they score. So, should we start?
Maybe have a volunteer to pick up the chits.
So here goes our first chit from the bowl.
His energy is amazing. And in fact, yesterday we were here till 1 a.m. and we were all tired, so we went back to the hotel. He stayed back till 3 a.m., went back home, and probably 2 hours of sleep, and he came back and he was here at, I think, 7 or 8, right? So he hasn't slept the whole night. I don't know why, but that's what Ashok is. A passionate. I mean, if he gets an idea, that's it. He will move everything around him, and he has really troubled me in the last 3 months. But you see the result, right? So big applause to Ashok. So he is going to decide your fate today. Shubham Sen. Is he in the audience? Can you ask in the outside, Shubham Sen? Yeah, Shubham, come. Omkara.
Guna face Vinay.
Vinay from Color Tokens. Vinay, Color Tokens. So can anybody check outside? Vinay from Color Tokens.
Prabhu Krishnan.
Infosys.
Infosys.
Sandeep Pandit, NASDAQ. Hey, he's my friend.
Yeah, so we will have 3 rounds of questions, and each round you will be presented with 1 question each. I will start with the first candidate, Mr. Prabhu. Yeah. So your first question is, name the most famous vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, a long-term business partner of Warren Buffett. Your options are option A, Greg Abel, option B, Charlie Munger, option C, Bill Gates.
Can you repeat again the question?
Yeah. Name the most famous vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, a long-term business partner of Warren Buffett.
Bill Gates. No, one second.
3 questions, 3 options.
Option A, Greg Abel, option B, Charlie Munger, option C, Bill Gates.
No, Bill Gates is not the right answer. The right answer is Charlie Munger. If you would have attended my session, you would have got it right. Anyway, so next.
Moving on to the next candidate, Mr. Shubham. Yeah. Who is the founder and CEO of Perplexity AI? Option A, Vivek Raghavan. Option B, Samir Bhatia. Option C, Arvind Srinivas.
Arvind Srinivas. That's the right answer. So
That's
he
right.
scores a point. Shubham Sen scores a point. Yeah. Next question to Sandeep Pandit.
Yeah. Which year was the last TEM event? Option A, 2023. Option B, 2024. Option C, 2025.
Whoa! Come, it's the right answer. So you
That's the
get
right answer.
1 point. You will get some easy questions, but some tough questions. Okay? So that's the right. So we have Okay, next question to Mr. Krishna.
Okay, yeah. Which factor most affects speech recognition accuracy in Indian real-world environments? Option A, Indian accent. Option B, regional languages. Option C, background noise.
Regional accent.
That is an incorrect answer. The correct answer is background noise.
Background noise. Okay. Moving on to the next question. Shubham Sen.
Yeah. Which metric is commonly used to evaluate speech recognition accuracy? Option A, blue score. Option B, word error rate. Option C, precision recall index. Sorry?
Word error rate.
Yeah, that's a correct.
Hey, correct answer by Shubham Sen. Mike, you have to pass the mic.
Moving on to the next candidate. Which part of voice AI pipeline usually adds the most delay? Your options are option A, speech to text. Option B, large language models. Option C, text to speech.
LLM?
Sorry?
LLM.
Large language.
LM. Yeah, that's the correct answer.
Oh, he's got the second one right. Well done, my friend. BMS कॉलेज का नाम रोशन कर रहा है. नहीं कुछ आउट नहीं, आप बैठो.
I use LLM every day, so I know how slow it is.
Yeah. Okay. So the final question, right?
Yeah, this will be the final round of questions. Yeah. What's the main purpose of VAD, voice activity detection? Option A, detecting emotions. Option B, detecting when someone is actually speaking. Option C, translating languages.
Someone detecting some voice.
Can you repeat?
B, option
B. Option B
That's
is
a
the right
correct
answer.
Yeah. Moving on to the next candidate. What does agent assist typically mean? Option A, replacing human agents with bots. Option B, helping agents in real time during live calls. Option C, scheduling agent shifts.
Option B.
Helping agents in real time during live calls. That's the right answer.
Wow. 3 out of 3. Sandeep, the pressure is on you.
Moving on to the next candidate. Which industry in India is currently one of the largest adopters of voice AI? Option A, agriculture. Option B, banking and financial services. Option C, film production.
BFSI.
That's the right answer.
Oh, we have a tie between Sandeep and Shubham. Mr. Krishna, you will still get a prize. Don't worry. But I think we'll have a further questioning for these two gentlemen. So we have how many more questions?
We have enough.
We have a few questions. Okay. Yeah, now it's a tiebreaker. Let's see who gets this.
Okay, moving on to Shubham. If a voice bot says, I am sorry, I didn't catch that, what probably failed? Option A, STT. Option B, TTS. Option C, CRM.
You wanted to repeat the question?
Could you please repeat?
Yeah. If a voice bot says, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, what probably failed?
Okay, STT.
That's the right answer.
Clap, guys. He's almost going to win a Titan smartwatch. Okay, the next question to Sandeep.
Yeah. What is tool call in LLM-based systems? Option A, when the AI asks an external system to perform an action. Option B, when the AI updates itself. Option C, when the AI switches languages.
Option A.
When the AI asks an external system to perform an action. That's the correct answer.
Oh, hey, kya ho raha hai? Do we have enough questions?
Yeah, we have a couple more. Moving on to Mr. Shubham, I'll go with which AI model popularized the transformer architecture? Option A, BERT. Option B, DeepSeek. Option C, Gemini.
Option B.
B.
What first one? Bird.
The first one is BERT. Second one is?
DeepSeek.
DeepSeek.
Option C is Gemini.
Buck.
That's the right answer.
Okay. It was close. He got it wrong the first time, but he changed it. That's still allowed. Okay.
Code switching in Indian speech typically refers to Option A, switching between formal and informal speech. Option B, mixing two or more languages in one sentence. Option C, switching audio codecs.
I think option C.
That's the wrong answer.
Oh, wow. Give a big round of
The
applause to
correct
Shubham
answer-
Sen. He's won the first prize. That's a Titan smartwatch. What is it? Smartwatch? Yeah. So,
The right answer is mixing two or more languages in one sentence.
chalo. So, Ashwini, please. Come on stage. So, Shubham Sen gets the first prize, which is a Titan smartwatch. Congratulations, Shubham. Ashwini. And the second prize goes to my good old friend Sandeep Pandit from Nasdaq. This is a Noise Ultra 3 smart watch. final prize goes to Mr. Krishnan of Infosys, which is a wireless noise cancellation headset, right? Pods. Yeah, earpods.
So a special mention to the media team who have been working non-stop to capture each and every interaction and insight. We thank you for your efforts and hard work. To name Nishit Ashok, Rishikesh. Can we have a huge round of applause to all of them, please? Yeah. Rishikesh. We need the applause to be louder, everyone. Rahul Vasishta. Diya Bandari and Viha. Please, everyone, give a huge round of applause. And not to forget the dedication and efforts by Mr. Arun from Pawan Event Management Team, who has made it possible for this event to be operational. Mr. Arun, thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause to Mr. Arun? And not to forget the dedication, and last but not the least, the sound and LED team for being the primary reason for this event. Mr. Manu Yadav, Mr. Uday, Mr. Prashant, Mr. Mithun, Mr. Sandeep, Mr. Akash, Mr. Prem, Mr. Karthik, and Mr. Ravi. May we also thank Mr. Praveen for the live stream. Thank you. And not to forget Ms. Alvina SK, who's the organizing committee head.
And with that, the TEM 2.0 comes to an end. From insightful keynotes to engaging fireside chats to informative Q&A sessions, we had it all. It has been our great honor and pleasure to host this wonderful event. We hope this event acts as a stepping stone in the journey and leads your way to integrate and build services by integrating OpenAI, Voice AI. Since you have been with us throughout the day, we would like you to invite to a cocktail party at the Catholic Club. Please kindly carry your ID cards with you. Thank you so much. Signing off, Maz Nabi.
And Anirgya. And thank you. We will heartfully thank Mr. Sendil sir for this opportunity. And yeah, thank you for being a wonderful audience. Signing off, Anirgya.
From which college? BMS.
From BMS College of Engineering. Yes.